Wala na? Wala na? Okay. Ikaw? Gumagamit ka? Oh, tayo. Okay. Doc, pangaralan mo nga po sila. Ay, kasama ka pala. Quiet, please.
Um, Although guilty po ako nung mga for the past few days. Pero emergency naman, Doc, yung sa akin. Opo. Yes, sir. Emergency. Anyway, reminder lang po ulit na try natin to prevent using our phones while ongoing po yung lectures ni Doc. Kasi kahit few minutes or seconds lang kasi ang dami niya po kasing sinishare sa atin na very informative. Pwede po nating ma-miss yung points na yun. So, let us try our best to not use our phones while ongoing po yung seminar.
Okay, thank you. Please sit down. Okay, so I take your word that it is actually emergency, okay? I trust your word for that. Okay, so ang susunod. Sino yung mga kapatid natin na chochongo-chongo during the lecture? You know what that means? That's how we call it. Chochongo-chongo ka. Nodding out. Nodding out. Okay? Sino yan? Yung mga nakakatulog. Tayo na. Ayan. Sino pa? Meron yan, no? Yung mga pumupungay-pungay yung mata. Shh. Okay. Alright. Bilangan natin yung mga maraming tayo, ah. Shh. Come. What happened? Okay. Sino gusto mangaral? Ivan, pangaralan mo sila.
Good morning, family. So, sa mga, pwede ko ba kayong bigyan ng malasakit ng, anong klaseng malasakit yun? Walang pagsunod. Kasi meron po tayong rule na bawal pong matulog. So, ang epekto kasi niyan, pag natulog-tulog tayo, most likely, may mamimiss talaga tayo na topic na might be important, na might be skill sana yun na pwede natin gamitin. So, next time, patulog tayo ng maaga or uminom tayo ng kape nang sa ganun, hindi tayo mamanok-manok. Yan lang, family.
Thank you. Maupo na po sa inyo, mga manok-manok. Ganun ba yan? Okay. Alright, so, last, sino yung sa ating mga kapatid ang patuloy na pag may nagsasalita din? Okay? Sino yon? Ako, marami yan. Puro, di ba? Puro ako, shh, shh. Paulit-ulit, shh. Okay, sino yon? Sino yung mga patuloy na nagsasalita kahit na, di ba? Okay. Shh. Tahimik po. Tahimik po. Doc Tony, pangaralan mo po sila.
Good morning, family. So, nasa panglimang araw na tayo ng ating training. So, maliwanag naman sa atin nung unang araw pa lang, house rules. Makinig tayo at huwag nakikipag-usap sa iba, lalo na kung hindi naman importante. So, family, mula sa pagkakataon na to, huwag na po nating ulitin.
Okay. Salamat po. Upo na po sila. Okay, so ngayon, today, ang topic natin, no, ay crisis management, no? So, what I'm going to teach you is actually from Crisis Prevention Institute, no? Wala kayong slides yan kasi ano to video, and I cannot share yung video kasi copyrighted yan, no? Okay, I'm not supposed to actually do this training, guys. Pero siguro I can get away with it kasi sa US naman yun eh. But I cannot share you the video because that would be a breach, no? Of royalty. Binabayaran kasi yan eh sa US. Kahit na kami, kahit yung training namin, binabayaran yan. Kasi hindi talaga mga TC people nagtitrain yan eh. They are, we outsource them. Okay? Alright, so before I do that, I'd like you to watch a video. It's called Validation. I think it's a... Are you familiar with that? Have you seen it in YouTube? It's called Validation. I think it's a nice way to start our topic today. Okay? Alright. Audio.
I'm here to get validated.
You. You are awesome.
Excuse me?
You have an amazing face. You've got powerful features, man. Anyone ever tell you that?
Oh. No.
And listen, you look a little down. And it may seem like sometimes people don't understand you. But someday, man, someday, people are gonna see you for what you really are.
You really think so?
Absolutely. You are great.
Need a validation, please?
You are great, ma'am. You have amazing cheekbones.
Really?
Sir, yes. We have a situation. Where?
Oh my gosh, ah, 6 months ago.
What the hell's going on?
You've been through it. You know. You've had so much life experience that other people don't appreciate, but you know.
Plus you do.
They're not patronizing the shops. They're just coming to see him.
Oh, sir. You're in great shape. You work out?
Not for long.
I do actually, a bit.
Yeah, thanks.
Young man, we are running a business here, not a social club.
That is a fantastic suit. It really flatters you.
You think so?
You guys work so hard. You are the backbone that keeps this place running.
It always felt like no one really appreciated us.
Yeah, I mean, our jobs are so stressful, and it seems like most of the times people just don't see it.
No, what you do is so important.
You know, I bet the boss would love to meet you.
You are great. You provide hundreds of jobs, sustaining hundreds of families. That's huge.
That's so good to hear. Most times I feel like people don't recognize that. I'm just the big bad man on the hill.
Not at all. You give.
You know, I know some people who'd probably like to meet you.
Mr. President, no matter what people say about you, you have still got a great golf swing. God bless you. You do. You have a fantastic mustache. I bet Burt Reynolds and Tom Selleck look at you and get envious. I'm not kidding. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hugh Newman, a man who is changing the world with free parking and free compliments.
Leaf. A very big new leaf.
Your license is expired, sir.
That is why you're great at what you do. You are so thorough.
Really? You think so?
Hugh, what is your secret?
I just love to see people smile.
It seems there is no one Hugh Newman cannot make smile. Next!
Welcome to the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Now serving B331 at window number 19.
No one smiles in their driver's license photo, sir. It's not allowed. Next! Next!
You are amazing. You are so efficient.
Next!
Victoria. Oh, that's a beautiful name.
Next!
You take such good care of your equipment. Oh, they're lucky to have you.
We're closed, sir.
Victoria. I just want to see you smile.
Good night, sir.
Where do I go for...
We don't validate, sir. Next!
They match your eyes. Sorta. Oh, you have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen.
Next.
You eat healthy too. See, you take good care of yourself. That's awesome. You're even a great pet owner. You're giving her a full hour's walk. Most people wouldn't take the time, but you care. Oh, do you care? Have you ever smiled?
Yes.
When?
When I was a little girl.
Oh, I bet you had a beautiful smile. What happened to it?
Next!
Look like anyone you know?
Next.
There's color and black and white.
Next. Next.
I just wanted to see you smile.
I'm sorry. Next.
I'm here to get validated, please. You're okay, I guess.
Okay. Did you say okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Did you have anything else to say?
What's the point?
Hey, excuse me. Excuse me. Did you take our picture? Thanks, I really appreciate it.
It's our first time here.
Smile. It's not a real smile. You guys love each other? You're on vacation, traveling the world? Yeah, that's great. Wish I could travel the world with the woman I love. Wish I could have someone take our picture. I'd really smile. You guys have every reason to smile. You're gorgeous. You're in the prime of your lives. And you guys are great. Hold it right there. Now that is a smile. Hey, one more right here. Oh, that's excellent. One more. Beautiful, beautiful. Here, look at each other. Oh, fantastic couple. What do you love most about your wife?
She accepts me. Despite knowing.
Where did you meet?
On jury duty.
Aw, served your country and met the love of your lives. You guys are awesome. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice meeting
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Excuse me. You get the most sincere smiles out of people I've ever seen. You want to make some extra money shooting stuff like this?
Pardon me, folks. Sorry to interrupt. You're a beautiful couple. You models?
No.
Would you like to be? You have two of the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen.
Excuse me?
Your eyes, they're gorgeous. You're gorgeous. And your dress matches your eyes. Perfect. Man. What do you love most in all the world?
My daughter. She has the most wonderful smile.
Hello. I have a 310 cleaning. Hugh Newman?
Hello, Hugh. Can you just put your driver's license on there when you're done?
Sure.
Thank you.
How did you... You're smiling. But she... Did you... Excuse me, sir. Where's Victoria?
You know, work here, she was fired.
Fired? Why?
You work silent. Look at this. She did these. Look at that, girl smiling. Look at that. Those pictures suck. You're not supposed to smile. Stop, big. Girl smiling. Look at that. Girl suck.
Where is she? Really?
You are awesome. You're gonna have so much fun on this trip. The stories you're gonna tell people when you get back will be amazing. I can't wait. I've always wanted to see Paris.
I don't understand. I tried everything. What happened?
When I was a little girl, my mother got very sick. And she stayed that way. And over the years, she just got so sad that she forgot how to smile. And seeing her like that, I couldn't smile either. And I didn't. For years. But then one day, a young man came up to her and told her how beautiful she was. So beautiful that he wanted to take her picture. He made her smile. And suddenly, after all those years, she got better. I knew it was you. I looked everywhere for you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I went to every garage in town. I paid every fee they had, but I couldn't find you.
Paid paid for parking. For me.
Yes. Because you are great. You are amazing.
No one has ever said that about me before.
What's the lesson? Be careful who you validate. Okay, so validation, right? You validate somebody, right? It has impact on people, when you validate them, right? So we'll see our topic today is crisis prevention, right? So how do we prevent a crisis from happening? Ooh. Okay, so hello? Okay. I-set up mo yung okay. All right. So crisis prevention, right? Or crisis management. The best approach to crisis is to begin with prevent it from happening, right? To prevent it from happening. So that's what we will focus on. Once a crisis begins, it's hard to intervene. It gets more difficult, but it's easier to prevent it from happening. So, okay. Pwede mong palakin? So it's called a non-violent crisis intervention. Okay? Non-violent crisis intervention. Ganun na lang? Okay. Okay. That's good enough. Nakikita ba sa likod? Okay. All right. So, all right. Good. So, 4 things to remember. Care, welfare, safety, security. Okay? Those are 4 important things to remember in this model. Okay. Next. All right, due care rules for participants. We don't need that. Next. The non-violent crime. No, that's a pre-test. Next. Okay. All right, the CPI crisis development model. Crisis development, behavior levels, stop attitude and approaches. Okay, it's called integrated. Because it's interactive. What we do impacts our clients' behavior. Okay, so let's look at how crisis develops from a behavior level. All right, and then what the stop attitude or approach we should take in response to each of those behavior level. Next. Okay, the first level is anxiety. A client gets anxious, right? So what are some signs of anxiety? How do you know that a client is anxious? Anong mga napapansin nyo pag anxious yung client o residente? Say it again. Okay, it's agitated, right? What else? Uneasy, right? Restless. Okay, can you see it in his face? How does he look when he's anxious? Okay, he looks worried, right? Okay. What else? Unnecessary movement, yes. Okay, so it says there, okay, a noticeable increase or change in behavior, pacing, finger drumming, wringing of hands, staring. Okay, so you can tell if a client or a resident is anxious, right? Do you notice that with our residents? When they are anxious, when something is bothering them, or something, they have something in their minds that's they are not happy. You can tell, right? Okay, so what would be our posture when we see, or what do we do when a resident is showing anxiety? This is the first level, no? In crisis development, anxiety. Okay, next. Be supportive. So how do we show support? You notice a resident restless, excuse me, anxious. What would be our response? Leave him alone? What can you do? You know, you walk in and there, and you know, a resident doesn't look right. He's restless. Something is bothering him. What do? Okay. Acknowledge, right? Acknowledge the person. Okay, so you stop what you're doing. When you're walking, you stop and say, are you all right? Are you okay? All right. So now, by responding to him, by just paying attention to him, he feels good that somebody notices that he is not in a good space, right? But very often, what do? We just keep going, right? We just keep going. We know already that this person is not in a good space. How much time would it take for you to stop and ask him, are you all right? Are you all right? Well, how long? So, just intervening and asking him, how are you? And of course, he will say something, right? Are you all right? No, I'm not. So what's bothering you? Can you tell me what's going on? And then he start telling you, right? What's going on? And you listen. And then you come up with what would be the best way to handle this. So it could be like, you want to refer him to the counselor, or you can say, all right, you know what? Let me finish what I'm doing. I'm going to get back to you. You can do that, right? Let's continue to talk. Let me just finish what I'm doing. You come back and talk to him. That will not take a long time. And then, you know, based on your conversation, he needs, you determine that the client needs to talk to his or her counselor, right? So that's what you do. You did not, then where is the client now? Now he feels okay because somebody pays attention. Somebody cares about what's going on with him. Right? So you, right there, the anxiety, you address anxiety, and might just end there. Correct? It might just end there, and it will not take a long time to actually do that. Okay, so if we all do that, right, as a practice, that when you see a client not in a good space, you know, he's anxious, right, you stop what you're doing and give the time for that person. Is that too much to ask? Is that too much for us to do? Is that too much for us to do? No, it's not much to do. It doesn't matter what your position. You could be a doctor, a nurse, whoever you are, whatever your function. That's not important. What is important is that you're responding to somebody who is not in a good spot. Okay? All right. So that's the first level, anxiety. Next. Okay, the next one is being defensive. It says there, the beginning stage of loss of rationality. At this point, an individual often becomes belligerent and challenges authority. Okay, so now from anxiety, it escalates, right? Now the client is really agitated. In the first level, anxiety is still rational. You can talk to him, right? And he can respond to you. He can respond to you rationally. This one, defensive, is the beginning of loss of anxiety. He becomes a little bit. He becomes emotional, right? Okay, and become sometimes confrontative. Okay, and he is losing what we call rationality. So what? How do we approach that? Okay, directive. That's how you approach it. Be directive. An approach in which staff member takes control of a potentially escalating situation. So, how might you do this? To be directive. Client now is agitated, pacing all over the place, almost not listening. Okay? And tend to be arguing. What would be a directive way to address the client? How will you be directive? Okay, how will you? What would you tell the resident now? He's defensive now, right? So how would you be directive? What can you do? Come up with some ideas. I'm sorry? Okay, how would you do that?
Tapos pag-usapan natin yung nararamdaman mo. Bakit ka nagkakaganyan?
So, directive. Directive is just short sentences, a short direction. Right? So how about, why don't you take a seat? Okay, how's that? Simple instruction. Take a seat, okay? And then, can say, okay, so maybe you can tell him a little bit, okay, calm down, okay, and then we can talk. So, you cannot do counseling when a client is in defensive. It should be short instruction to calm him down. So the best way is you ask him to sit down, take a seat, okay? Calm down, take some time, and then we can talk. Okay, so be directive. Simple instructions. Okay, what's the next one? Now he's acting out. So from anxiety, it moves to defensive behavior, defensiveness, then the acting out behavior, right? He now acts out. Okay, so what is acting out? The total loss of control, which often results in a physical acting out episodes. Okay, so what would be our stance? What would the staff be doing at that stage? What happened? Oh. Okay, so acting out. What would be the steps? What would you do? Take a guess. What is it, Romel? Okay, yes. Okay. All right, so this is a non-violent intervention, right? Okay, so which means we avoid touching the client. We avoid touching the client. All right, especially in the U.S., that's very important. You know why? Because when they accuse you of, he hit me, right? So no physical contact. We avoid physical contact because of that, right? Okay, so, and it's not safe also. It's not safe for the staff to wrestle the client, right? So, okay, is he rational when he is acting out? He lost it, right? He's not thinking anymore. Okay, so what should we do? What would be our intervention? Next, please. Non-violent physical crisis intervention. Safe, non-harmful control and restraint technique used to console an individual to get before he. There is actually part of this model is an actual way to actually subdue the client. We do not encourage that in our community, right? Because, a lot of things can happen there. You can get hurt. Okay, and then, like I said, in some instances, they can sue you later on. Okay, so you want to avoid that. Now, you see what happens? It gets more complicated once a person is acting out. Now, since we cannot subdue the person or touch the person because it's not safe for the client and for yourself, what would you do? What can you do? Isolate the situation. Isolate the situation. Okay, so the first, what you need to do is, if there are clients around, if other residents around, you ask them to leave. Ask them to leave. At that point, other staff should be already around. Okay, when there is an acting out behavior like that, the tendency that the staff should be going to that place. Okay, ready to assist, right? And help. And what can you do? The first thing you do is separate that client from the rest of the community. Okay? So, the community should not be a witness to what's going on. Why? Because the more there are people watching, the more he will be acting out. That's what's going to happen. He has an audience. Okay? He has an audience. Whereas if he is by himself and only the staff there, it's a whole different dynamics. You change the dynamics by isolating the incident. Okay? Does that make sense? Makes sense, right? So the other staff should be actually asking the resident, go to your dorm, okay? Or go to the dining area. And then let the resident who is acting out, leave him there. Because will that acting out go on and on and on and on? No, because expending a lot of energy. Okay, he's expending, he's hollering and screaming, right? He's burning a lot of energy. But then he is there, isolated, safe, okay? And the staff is just making sure that he doesn't hurt himself and he doesn't go anywhere else. After a while, he will get tired. He will come back to his senses, correct? Now, while he's acting out, he's totally lost it. He's not thinking. He lost his rationality. So you cannot argue. You cannot counsel. Okay? All right. Next. What's going to happen? The next level is tension reduction. Okay. He cannot keep up that acting out behavior. He's going to get tired. And then he will begin to de-escalate by himself. It's called tension reduction. Okay. At that stage, what does staff do? Okay. Therapeutic rapport. Okay, so now he has regained his rationality, correct? He's back to his senses. So you can attempt to talk to the client now and attempt to reestablish communication. Right? Okay, so at this point, the client is still fresh from acting out behavior, right? You just talk to the person. Continue to help him calm down. This is not the time to tell the client, you know, what's gonna happen to you, right? Okay. Don't even mention about sanction and all of that. Don't even lecture the client about the consequences for his behavior. That's not the time to do that. But rather, you know, talk to the client and ask the client, what happened? What started this? Okay, and just listen. Calm him down. And then this is when he begins to feel bad, guilty, and say, I'm sorry, correct? Okay. So, give him space, give him time, right? Don't even mention about a sanction for that behavior, but eventually he will be addressed for that, right? Okay? So, just give him space for a little bit. Okay, so that is crisis development. Does that make sense? You see that progression with our clients? Okay, what we see a lot of times is that the client is already acting out. That's what we see. But we don't know what's the history before that. The client just doesn't act out of the blue, okay? There is a what we call crisis development. Okay, so you see the value of you intervening early on when the client is agitated or restless or worried, to just sit down and talk with the client. That's where intervention should begin. You don't want it to escalate, because once the client's acting out, it becomes a more complicated situation. Does that make sense? So it's awareness on our part. Become more aware about the state of mind of our resident when you are out on the floor, when they're around. Be observant. Be more aware where they are, what's going with them. Okay, a lot of time a simple question about, are you okay? And then just finding time to talk to the person, that de-escalate the person right away, right? Okay. All right, questions so far before we move on? Everything clear? Any question? No? Okay, next. Yes.
Since you cannot touch the client, what will you do if the client becomes violent?
If a client becomes violent, okay, so that's why I said if there is an acting out behavior, the staff should actually gravitate towards that situation. Because the more staff goes in there, there is a less likelihood of the client becoming more violent. Okay, so do not intervene, if you are by yourself. Okay, there got to be other people. So as a matter of practice for all of us, if there is a situation like that, okay, do not run to your room and lock your office, please. Okay? So instead, go to where the commotion is. The staff, I'm talking about the staff. Imagine, a lot of staff will be there, and then a person is acting out. He's going to be less, the likelihood of becoming violent is less. And then this is a trick, right? So if a client is acting out, no? The staff who has the most rapport with that client should be in the forefront. You understand? Okay, so the client will more likely to actually respond if the person right there in front of him is a staff member that he respects and he gets along with. Okay? So in that situation, the staff, let's say I'm the caseload counselor and this client, I know this client and we have a good relationship with this client, you should be actually taking over and say, try to make the intervention or calm him down. Okay? And the person who would actually do during the tension reduction to talk to the client would be also the counselor he gets along with. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes, Dr. Yellen.
Sir, if that would be the case, so kasi sir sa hospital, there's what you call code blue.
Yes.
So maybe we could install an alarm inside the dormitory so that whenever that thing happens, someone would just press that button and so it takes time po kasi para mapunta pa rito when in fact when you could just press that button so everybody would come in the
Okay.
staff.
You can do that. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you have to weigh up signaling to the rest of client that they're needed in that area. Okay. So yeah, we can install a system like that, Dr. Diallo. Yes.
Worst case scenario, Doc, what if the client is acting out because he's agitated or angry to the staff and then the staff na nakakapag-build siya ng rapport with is naka-off duty? Paano do?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm sure there are other staff members that he responds to, okay? Responds to. And the staff who is actually, he's angry at, the staff doesn't have to be there. Okay? The staff doesn't have to be there. Okay, so, but come on. I'm sure there are other staff members he can get along with, okay? Whoever that is. Okay? All right. We're good? Dr. Jelen.
Sir, can we also train our residents to detect if that, let's say, their partner or their buddies or yung mga nandun sa group nila to detect if someone is already anxious? Kasi sir, sila yung madalas nakasama ng ano.
All right. Dr. Jelen, that's good. Okay, so listen up, guys. In practice, in a real therapeutic community, that happens automatically, Dr. Jelen. So let's say, I see a peer, right? He's not in a good space, nagmumuk-muk ba? Okay? Generally, a resident would go and respond to that person. They would not leave him alone and say, hey, listen, let's talk. As a matter of practice. Okay? We can encourage that. We can keep telling them, listen, you are your brother's keeper, right? Your brother's your keeper. So if you know there is a brother who is not in a good space, feeling sad or depressed, don't leave that peer. Don't leave him alone. Okay? Talk to him. I remember when we have socialization, right? In the past, where the families would come and visit. Okay? And then there would be some residents where nobody was there for the residents. Okay? The other resident, you know what they would do? They would ask him, you can join us. You can join with my family. Yeah. On their own. We don't even tell them to actually do that. He just knew, the resident knew that he is not feeling good, that, the rest of their own families, and he's by himself. So he cannot tolerate that. So he would ask him, come join my family. And they do a lot of that things, including clients with no family to go home to for a day off. You know what they would do? They would actually ask their parents, say, Mom, Dad, I got my day off, right? I earned my privilege to go home. Can I take so-and-so with me to our house? Because he has no family to go back to. And a lot of times the parents say, okay, come. So we have had residents who, and even well-off families, because a lot of those residents with no families to come, their families, it's too far, in a province, right? They cannot go home, right? And he had already earned the privilege to go out. But he lives very far. So you know what other families or residents would do? We'd work out a day off where the two of them can go to their home. Okay, and then before you know it, the family is saying, oh, that guy is so wonderful. You know, my son took him home, and they spent some time together at home, and he is so well behaved. Of course, he will be well behaved, right? Yeah, we have a lot of those. I can tell you many stories of residents adopting another residence. The wonderful thing at that time when I was working with there is that we have the very rich and the very poor. We never, I can say this the truth, because I was the admission officer. I never turned down anybody. Because, you know, that's our philosophy. Help everyone. So I have admitted residents in a program who are very poor. Very poor. And then we have son of governors, okay? Son of businessmen, well-known businessmen at that time, okay? So the extreme is there, from the very rich to the very poor. And they all live in the same place. They eat the same food. Do you know that at that time we don't allow any resident, especially those rich residents, to have extra food? We do not allow them to keep extra food in the center. Whatever is served, that's what they eat. Okay? And that kind of created, you know, a very good situation, right? So residents do not say, oh, you know, he can get away with it because he has money. I never heard that said. Everybody is treated the same way. Okay? So it was actually an ideal situation. Okay? So we have a lot of those. Wealthy families helping residents who are poor. You know, almost like adopting them as part of their family. So that's the spirit. That's our culture. You know, residents is given a haircut, somebody will go and talk to that person. All right? And they will develop that. They really develop that ability, the caring attitude toward each other. They'll develop that naturally. Like I said, you know, they have conflict. They have, you know, can't avoid it. But there has been nothing, no serious violent behavior. They settle it verbally in an encounter group. And after that, everybody feels like a family. When they really say, this is our family, they mean that. Okay, and if once we correct our program, make it really a very close-knit family, right? A real family, you have less problem of acting out behavior because they themselves will be able to intervene before it gets serious. They know how to talk to each other. They know who is the resident that is not in a good space, better than the staff, because they live together. They talk with what's going on. So they know, you know, in the morning meeting, who is not doing well in the program. They know. And when they give direction in the morning meeting, you can hear that and say, I know, you know, your mother or your father, whatever, you know, you had a conflict with your father, but, you know, all of us had some problems at home. When they give direction, I can, oh, really? They're talking about their own family life at home. What's going on at home. Just a natural thing for them. Okay? So nothing gets out of hand. Nothing gets out of hand. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea. The whole idea here is to prevent it from happening. So the thing is, what can we do? How can we set up our communities so that we have less of that crisis? So that, you know, this is just the last resort. This is just the last resort. Okay? All right. Yes. Question, comment? Okay, Philip?
After po ng tension reduction, ano po kaya yung magandang gawin namin after nun? Kasi in our practice, whenever someone show violent behavior, ina-isolate namin siya tapos kina-counsel. Is there a better way, Doc, na gawin?
That's good. That's good enough. Okay. So give him space, and then you talk to the person. Yeah, counseling. That is part of uh, tension reduction, and then later on you explore the behavior, right? Bakit nagbabagsakan na lang bigla, ha? Naku, baka haunted tong burger na to, ha? Naku. Uy. Peri. Mamaya, kikilitiin ka. Okay. Ano yung ano mo? Ang paa mo? Kalabitin. Alright. Yes, we don't leave it unanswered, Philip. Okay, we turn it into a learning experience. I mean, in a way, like in counseling. Okay, so not only that, we have to do debriefing for the whole family, especially if they witness what happened. Right. So it is a form of debriefing to talk to the person after the incident and turn it into a learning experience. Obviously, the person did not practice coping skills, correct? Okay, so you can explore what triggered it, you know, and maybe that's an area he needs to explore more. And then next is, how would you respond to it? How could you respond to it better next time? What would you do different? That would be the kind of conversation you will be having with him. Okay? Not just the sanction and all of that. All right? Okay. Anong oras ang break? Ha? Para hindi na tayo maghintay. Pwede na mag-break? Okay. So before I start the next topic, let's take a break. 30 minutes, please. 30 minutes. How is everyone? Okay. Turn off your cell phone. Put down your toys. Toys. That's your toy. Okay, next, proxemics and kinesics. What is proxemics? Take a guess. Proxemics. Okay, what is proxemics? And then what is kinesics? From the word kinetic, right? Yes. Proximity, right? Yeah. Okay, that's distance between people, or let's say you have a client, you have a resident who is acting out, right? And then you try to intervene. Does the distance between you and the client matter? Why? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Okay. Pag malayo. Communication. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Or okay. Good. Personal space, right? Oh, okay. Some people's personal space, it differs from one person to another, and it differs culturally, right? Right? Funny because I was in Pakistan, right? And then I was talking, so we bumped into a group of Pakistanis in a park, and they started talking to us, and they were like right on my face, right on my face. They were like talking to us, and then I just moved back, and then later on I realized that that's the way they are. Their space is so right. Pakistani. They're Pakistani. They like to be close. Hindi pakis. Okay. That is proxemics. All right. So, yes, culturally, whereas the Japanese, malayo, di ba? They don't even want to shake your hands. They just, wow. Thai people, the same, Okay. They are not into. How about Filipinos? Filipinos. Now, Filipinos have no problem with distance, right? Yeah. We don't. Yeah. We are comfortable with distance. Another thing with Filipinos, right? You can see two guys talking intimately, right? Like engrossed in conversation, walking, holding hands. Yeah. No. Seriously, it's not right. You can see that, right? Holding hands, two guys who's just talking, doesn't mean anything, right? If you do that in New York City, walking in a city, two guys walking, what's the assumption? They're a couple, right? Yeah. And then the other thing with Filipinos, di ba? Okay, either holding hands like that or like that, right? Walk. I did both. In college, I did both. I have a very close friend who, when we are into we talk about something really deep, we tend to, like that, close ranks. That or like this. That's normal for us, no? But culturally, when you do that in other places, that's interpreted differently. Yeah, so we don't have much problem with space. Anyway, that's what we're going to talk about next. Okay, proxemics, personal space. An area surrounding the body which is considered an extension of self. Okay. For those of you who own a car, when somebody lean on your car, right? Lean on your car or sit on the hood of your car. Do you take that personally? Okay, why? Because it's an extension of yourself. Right? Yeah. Or you have an office, right? The office. And somebody, you come into work and somebody is sitting there. Right? It bothers you, right? It's almost like a violation of your space. So our personal space can be extended beyond our physical body, right? And it's important to remember when you are trying to intervene, because that has implication. It can be interpreted differently, depending on the space between you and the next person. Okay, next. Personal space varies from individual to individual. On average, an individual's personal space is 1.5 to 3 feet. So that would be like there, right, Ruby? That's a comfortable space, right? In a normal interaction. Anything closer than that could raise some anxiety, right? Because that tends to be like an intimate thing, right? Okay. Next, please. Factors which may affect the amount of personal space an individual needs may include gender, right? Size and cultural background. So gender, if it's between opposite sex, we are mindful of the space, right? Okay. And also cultural background. Okay, so yeah. And size. Yeah. If you don't know the person and the person is big, you tend to give a little bit more space, right? Yeah. And you don't know the guy, you don't know the person. Okay? Okay, so yes. Okay, next, please. Invasion of an individual's personal space will increase that person's anxiety. This is important to actually consider when we are trying to intervene. Be mindful of the space between you and the person, okay, who you're trying to intervene. Okay, be mindful of that. Because if you are too close and the person is actually agitated, that could be taken as an invasion of, right? It could be threatening. It could be threatening for that person. Okay? So, we'll talk about what's the safe space when you are trying to intervene with somebody who is actually agitated or starting to act out. Next, please. Okay, kinesics, body language. Body language. So, is your body language, can a body language be provocative? Definitely. It can be, your posture can be provocative, right? Yep, your posture. Okay, the nonverbal. Okay? The nonverbal message transmitted by the motion and posture of the body. Okay. Next, please. Includes facial expression, gestures, posture, and movements. Okay, so if we are intervening with somebody who is agitated, what are we trying to communicate? Okay, if you're trying to calm down somebody who's agitated. Yeah, okay. Yes, you have to be calm, right? Calm. Calm. So you're not tense. You're not tense, but calm down. Your body language would be open, right? Okay, so calm down. You're relaxed. Okay? The expression in your face is relaxed, non-threatening. Your movement should be not abrupt. Okay? Why? Remember what I said, that actually we communicate more than what we see with other people around us. Okay? So when you are relaxed, the client tendency is to relax. In fact, in therapy, that's very important to practice. You have to be very, very aware of your gestures. Okay? So what? Let's say I'm counseling somebody. When I cross my leg like that, sometimes the clients follow. Unconsciously. Okay? Right? So you take the lead, and then, so the tone of your voice, the facial expression, the bodily movements, all of that communicates something to a client. Or not just clients, but to anybody around you. They pick it up. Those are non-verbal, okay? And that can contribute to helping the clients calm down. So always be relaxed. Also in counseling, you're teaching self-regulation. Remember? You're trying to help the clients learn self-regulation. And one of the things that you need to do is you are self-regulated. Okay? Self-regulated. If you're agitated and you're trying to intervene with a client, no good. Because that agitation is communicated to the client. Client picks it up right away. Okay? So that's very important. In counseling, if you are going to see a client, right, and you just hang up the phone and you're very agitated, okay, do not see the client. Okay, give yourself time to calm down. In other words, you have to be regulated when you are counseling. Okay? So, because what happens is when you're talking to your client, your mind is somewhere else, right? And else, you're not present. Okay? And then the agitation that you have, client picks it up. Okay, so take a break, right? Like when I was doing private practice before, in between clients, I take a break. Especially, if the previous client that I spoke to, it was like a heavy session, So I take a break, relax, calm myself down, and then I resume my counseling. Not like go right away to the next one. Okay. Next, please. Discuss nonverbal signs of anxiety. Participants have observed the individuals in their care. Okay. What do you see? Clients who are anxious. What do you observe? What do they do? Yeah. Tapping. The hand is like, right? What else? Okay. The eyes is not, cannot keep an eye contact. Breathing is fast. What else? The way they talk, fast, right? What else? Somehow we picked it up, right? So we ask clients, during counseling, are you okay? Are you all right? Because we picked it up, from their body language. Okay, so it's good. It's good that you can pick it up. We should see that also with our clients. Okay, they're standing there and they go, and their mind is somewhere else, like they're restless. Okay, so talk to that person because you don't know what's going to happen next, right? In hindsight, going back, right? You have had situation where a resident acted out, correct? Yes? Okay. So some of you who remember, do you remember what that client was doing before he acted out? Can you recall? Have you had any instances where you can remember? And somehow, in hindsight, you knew that client is not in a good space. but it was too late, right? Do you remember? Okay, so who was a situation that a client acted out? Do you remember what the client was doing before acting out?
On one of our experience, Doc, the patient was pacing back and forth before he punched the wall.
Pacing back and forth, right? You noticed that, right? You noticed that. What did you do?
Actually, that was back in 2017. We isolated the patient. And then after that, we calmed him down, and his case manager had an individual session with him.
Okay, but when he was pacing back and forth before hitting the wall, what did you do? Any intervention? Okay, so you didn't do anything actually.
Before, yes. Actually, as far as I can remember, we his case manager never had any chance to conduct an individual session during that time because nung nag-pacing back and forth na siya, immediately nagganon na po siya.
Alright, so as soon as, in that case, as soon as the person is really showing anxiety, the sooner we intervene, the better, because that's gonna escalate, right? It's gonna build up. Okay, so you have to intervene right away. Ask the person, calm the person down, okay? What do you remember, Philip? You have a situation where you remember, in hindsight, what was the person doing before acting out? Do you have a situation like that? Okay, nagsuntukan.
Ano po? There was an incident, Doc, na nagkaroon ng fist fight yung residents. And actually, nalaman na lang namin yung pangyayari noong tinignan na namin yung CCTV footage. So, in the CCTV footage, yung patient, lakad ng lakad, hindi na mapakali. And then, after that, bigla na lang niyang dinampot yung yung map, and then inihampas doon sa kasama niya.
Perfect example, right? So he was actually anxious, pacing back and forth. But unfortunately, there was no staff there, right? Okay. So, to ask him, hey, what's going on? Okay. So, yes, a lot of times and all the time, there is something that would tell you that the person is about to blow up. And the thing is to catch that moment. Okay? The other thing is, the other residents obviously just did not care about that, right? The normal thing to do, like if there is somebody, an officer there, right, is to actually ask, what's going on? Are you okay? Because if somebody just broke that cycle, probably that person would have not done what he did. Okay? So it's important to really develop that awareness. Okay, next, please. Staff members' kinetic behavior can serve to escalate or de-escalate a given situation. You agree with that? Right? The way you actually talk is very important. The way your posture of your body is very important. It should be non-threatening. Non-threatening all the time. Okay? All right. So we are a precipitating factor. We don't know. We just don't know it, but we can really precipitate crisis ourselves. Okay? All right. Next, please. All right. You see that posture there? That's actually the posture you take when you are, because in that model, we are taught also to intervene physically. But I do not suggest that because it's risky to do that. Okay, so when I teach this, I just teach the nonverbal intervention. Okay, so but you can actually assume that posture. Okay, if somebody, a client is agitated, right? Already agitated, and you're trying to calm him down, you can assume that posture. Just stand. Right? Okay. Sideways, not frontal. Okay. Sideways, like that. Because in the event that he take a swing at you, you can actually raise your hand. Okay. So. Maraming naging Bruce Lee all of a sudden. Okay, do not let your fantasy get you carried away. I'm just trying to tell you that's the posture. Okay? Now you want to be Bruce Lee. Come on. Okay, so that's that, right? That's the posture. That's actually from self-defense technique. So they got some of this from, yeah. So that is a stable thing. He swings at you, right? You can actually move back or put your hands up. It's just automatically you would do that. He tries to swing at you. And it's also a safe distance. Okay, frontal like that is actually challenging, okay? You have to remember, our mind picks it up, okay? Okay, so frontal like that, that is almost a challenge. But when you stand up like this, put your hand down like that, okay? And while you're talking to the person, just like that, normally. Okay, so sideways like that, right? You're not challenging the person. You're talking to the person. Just like that, okay? You got it? Just like that. Okay, that's the stop, right? Hands. Okay, not. Okay, so that's the posture you take when you're talking to somebody who is agitated. Remember that. Okay, while you're trying to calm him down. Okay, next, please. Communicates respect by honoring personal space. The distance should be what? Like this, about 3 feet. Not too close and not too far. Just right distance, right? Okay, next. Non-threatening, non-challenging. That stance is non-threatening, non-challenging. It's a defensive stance. Okay? Okay, next. Contributes to stop personal safety and offers an escape route. Okay, so like that. So if he assaults you, you can easily go and leave. Okay? And he swings at you, you can raise your hands like that, and you can just move back. All right, so that's the best position to take. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Okay, next, please. Okay, paraverbal communication exercise. All right, what's paraverbal? Yes, ma'am.
So I was just wondering, as this is happening, sir, as the patient is acting out, then we want all the other staff to come, right? So now all the other staff are there, and you are doing this stance. How will all the other staff be? Like, will they surround the patient, or will they be behind this person?
In fact, when the staff comes, right? The staff who has best a good rapport with the client can take over and continue the thing, right? So he can walk in and say, "Hey, what's going on? Calm down." And then the other staff would come closer and closer, you know, right? Almost like surrounding but keep the space, because you don't want him to feel like you're gonna gang up on him, right? So and then, you know, should be relaxed. Right, trying to calm down the person. Just the rest will be just around, and then whoever has the best rapport on the person can take over and continue the conversation, and the other staff can just exit. Right? Yeah. Okay. So the fact that other staff are around and he observes that there are several staff, the likelihood of him becoming violent Acting out violently is less. Okay, it's less. Okay. Questions? We're good? Okay, paraverbal communication. Para means beyond, right? Paraverbal. Okay, next, King. All right, what's paraverbal communication? The vocal part of speech, excluding the actual words one uses. What are those? What are the vocal parts of speech, excluding the words? Ah, the volume. Good. Tone, volume, what else? The pacing. Pace. We call it cadence, right? Cadence. Actually, it's pacing. How you pace yourself. So calm down slowly, right? Or high volume or low volume. Okay, so pitch is another one, right? Okay, so those are parts of speech that are non-verbal. Okay, let's look at them. Next, please. Tone. Try to avoid inflections of impatience, condensation, inattention. Diba? Yung sinabi ko na nga sa'yo, yan. That's not good, right? Okay. Right? So, the tone of voice, there is no accusations, should be. Right? The tone of voice is calm, non-accusatory. Right? Okay, next, please. Volume. Keep the volume appropriate with the distance and the situation. Do not scream at the person. Don't say, calm down. Okay. He's not going to calm down. You're screaming at him. Okay. All right. So, okay. So that's very important to pay attention. Next, please. Cadence. Deliver your message using an even rate and rhythm. Now, sometimes when we are stressed, we forget all of this, right? We're just like, we're more agitated than the client. We're trying to calm down. That's not good. You know, when you are so hyped up yourself. Because that increases the client's agitation when you do that. So you really have to make an effort to calm down. You know, don't be hysterical. That's the worst you can do. You're trying to intervene, you're hysterical. Calm down. So that's not going to work. Okay, so that's the paraverbal communication. There's so many things involved in it, right? We don't even know. We're not even aware that the tone of our voice, right, has an impact on what we're trying to accomplish. Okay? So, be aware. Okay, next, please. All right, let's look at this. The CPI verbal escalation continuum. How does it escalate verbally? Okay,
Sir,
let's
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I have a question. Sir, if, for example, a patient or resident is holding a sharp object how are you going to deal with it?
Oh, okay. Well, you definitely have to be away. If he's holding something. All right. That is tough, right? Because then very likely if he's holding something, a weapon that can hurt you, you yourself gets triggered. Your trauma all of a sudden comes out. And you lost it yourself. Okay? That's what I'm saying. There should be more people there because you can easily lose it too. Right? Because that's a very threatening situation. Okay. So, yeah.
I learned that one of the TRCs actually in Luzon had hostage taking. Okay? Hostage taking po. One of the staff was taken hostage by a
once.
patient. Kaya yun ang naging
Was it
reason nila.
here?
No, not here. Kaya yun ang naging reason nila kaya yung kitchen nila is sineparate nila from the dormitory. Kasi parang one of the kitchen staff yata. Or
Okay.
may na-
All right. So the other question I have there is, how did the client get hold of that weapon, right? Okay. So usually when we do that, may inventory pa yan eh. May inventory pa ng kitchen. I know one TRC where I did a training there. Okay, in the TRC, and that happened actually before my. I think one happened before my training, and then happened in between my training. They were trying to actually start a TC at the time over there. Yeah, so they were not actually well developed TC at the time. So these are the people that I was training. They didn't know anything. They didn't know how to do and intervene. The thing with that also, the client is a little bit more imbalanced. You know, that's the thing. So when that happened, but it only happened, like I said in the beginning. But after they were able to develop their TC, all of those threatening behavior disappeared. But that was so rampant. They took over the TC from the police. It used to be run by PNP. So you can just imagine the transition from that into the TC. The residents had to adjust to the new program. And many of them in the beginning did not like it. You know, because there was no structure there, it was loose. You know, they probably were doing whatever they wanted to do. And then all of a sudden there was structure. So they were reacting to that. And one of those guys did that, right? I don't really know if that guy really meant to hurt the staff. It was just his, I don't know, part of acting out. But we thought he just wanted to leave. And that was his way of forcing the staff to allow him to leave. So, yeah, that's what happened. And what contributed to that is there was not really much structure going on at that time. There was little supervision, okay? Yeah, and, but they don't, after that, they never had any incident, you know. And I don't know how you can prevent them from accessing the kitchen, right? But for a while, they are not allowed to work in the kitchen. And only the, probably, you know, before they are put in the kitchen, you know, they have been in the program for a while. To begin with, you cannot let the clients work there because of some medical guidelines, right? Yeah, so very, they have very little involvement in working in the kitchen. Maybe just following up the dishes, washing, but not access to sharp objects. Yeah. Okay, so going back to your question, Dr. Jill, so you have to protect yourself. Don't be a hero, right? Hero. And then, like I said, if there are more staff around, very likely that person is gonna de-escalate. Okay. Only when you know you're by yourself, you're alone. That's a tough situation. Okay. All right. So, okay, let's look at this. The CPI, the verbal escalation continuum. All right. So, what would be at the bottom? How does verbal? How does it escalate verbally? The clients, right? Verbally, they're actually people that act. Some residents act out verbally, right? Just verbally. Okay. So, what would be the first level of that continuum? Take a guess. Okay. What's the first one there? Questioning. Why? Sounds familiar? Why? Bakit? Bakit? Right? What else? How do they manifest the questioning behavior? That's the very bottom of the escalation. Questioning. Okay? All right, next, please. Okay, so information seeking, irrational question seeking, irrational response, right? Whatever the question is, right, just answer the question. All right, so sometimes, the client asks, why? Why do I have to do this? Just give a rational answer, okay? And although you feel like the client is trying to provoke you, just answer the question. Now, sometimes, we are irritated that a client asks questions, right? And then how do we respond to it? We give them a smart answer. That's not good. That is provocative, right? So you ask them, listen, you have to sign up before coming in. Like some client just love to, the oppositional client, kahit na ano sabihin mo, bakit? Bakit? You notice that? Some clients, kahit na clear na sa kanila, bakit pa rin, right? These are just oppositional people. So you just say, because we keep track of attendance, period. Give a rational answer, okay? Do not provoke the client. But if you give an answer, what's wrong with you? We have been doing this. That's not a good way of responding to that, right? Yeah. Okay, so wag mo pahiya yung residente. It doesn't serve any purpose to do that. Okay? To give a smart answer, it doesn't accomplish anything. Okay, so do not make him feel stupid. All right? Just respond rationally to the irrational question. Okay, so the next one is what? Challenging. That's a little different. Challenging your authority, right? And then you get ticked off by that. And then, he's trying to provoke you, right? Some clients just want to see how you respond. Challenge you, right? Ignore the challenging. Just respond and answer the question. That's the best way to do that. Ignore the challenging. Okay? Next, please. Question, intervention. Information seeking, give a rational answer. Next, please. Challenging, stick to the topic. Ignore the challenge. Set limits if the individual persists. Okay, set limits. It's like, just sign up there, okay? Please, sign up there and sit down. That's it. Okay? Don't get caught up with a client. Some clients are provocative. He will continue to provoke you and see how you respond, right? Okay. And then after what you have done, let's say you are doing a seminar and he is questioning things, he's trying to provoke you. So after the seminar, you can say to yourself, okay, what's going on with you? What's up? Huh? What was that about? Just talk to the guy. What was that about? What are you trying to do? Talk to the person. Okay, that doesn't help you, right? To keep doing that. Just calmly tell the person, set limits. You can do that. That's a very destructive behavior. You understand? Talk to the person away from other people. Let them go and sit down and just eyeball the person and say, what is that behavior about? What is it? Huh? What's going on? Okay? Don't take it personally. Because when you take it personally, you yourself become irrational too. Right? And then before you know it, you're picking on the person. That's what's going to happen when you take it personally. So learn to be what? It's called You will learn that later on. Rational detachment. You will practice rational detachment. Sometimes, do you have kids who actually do that to you? Children? Who have children who likes to actually challenge what you're saying or ask back it? Huh? Do you have kids like that? Back it. And then, so soplahin mo yung bata, right? Soplahin mo. Tumahimik ka nga dyan. Punta na sa kwarto mo. Punta sa kwarto mo, ayaw kong makita ang mukha mo. Nasa good, right? Oh! Kaya nangyari. Right? Okay. So, our residents are like your kids. Our residents are like our kids at home. They question, they challenge authority, and they try to get away with what they can get away. Correct? Yes? Yes. So, always, set aside, pull the person aside privately and just tell the person, okay, that what you're doing is not helping you. You know that, right? Okay. Don't, if you take it personally, you won't be able to talk to the person. Except, you will book the person. Say, book mo nga yun, masyadong makulit. I-book yan, masyadong makulit. So when the person gets booked, right, dahil makulit masyado, that person would remember that. And that destroys your relationship with that person. Right there. Right? So he will remember that. And next time you do a seminar, guess what happens? He will repeat the same thing again. He's trying to provoke you. Okay? You book him again, and then he knows you book. So to him, like, I hate that stuff, remember? So you have no more relationship with that guy. You understand? You broke it. So the best way is really just to talk, eye to eye, talk to the person calmly, and tell him what he's doing, right? And don't embarrass him. Don't do that in front of other residents. Then you keep your relationship with him, right? Next time, you just look at him, you're doing it again, He knows what you're talking about, right? He comes down, okay? So that's important, to keep that relationship, because one day, you'll never know. He might act out. Okay, when he acts out and you don't have that good relationship with him, you will be so ineffective in trying to calm him down. Because you don't have any more relationship with that person. Right? Listen, I hate to make this example. You know how to train a dog, right? Right? It's the same thing. It's conditioning. Conditioning, right? So, singhalan mo yung aso mo, tapos tumakbo, nasira na yung relasyon mo dun sa aso. They're like that too, rapport. You broke your rapport with your dog. Next time, he'll be hard-headed. He won't listen to you. Okay? Our kids, our residents, operates that way too. So you have to learn how, himas. Do you know the word himas? You should know how to himas our clients. Alright? Hindi naman literally. Oh my God. Masyado namang literal. Okay. Hindi ko na gagamitin ang himas. Delikado. Okay. Kailangan marunong kang tumimpla. Timpla. Oh, hindi pala. Unsafe. Unsafe pala yung word na himas dito. Uy. Unsafe. Unsafe masyado. Okay. You understand what timplahin? Right? Marunong ka tumimpla ng residente. You know when you can be firm, and you know when you understand? Okay. So that's called learning how to timpla. Okay. Because remember what I said, we cannot force them, we cannot use our physical. The only thing that you have is your relationship with them. That's it. To influence them. right? Okay. You know, in my work, right, I noticed that some residents like certain staff members. They just love these staff members, right? Once that staff member has the house, the SOD, they're like, wow, they're alive, right? And then if you look at the style of that person, he got that. You know, he knows how to deal with the residents. He just have that rapport with the residents. I remember, you know, what I was telling you, that maybe the weekend we have to restructure that. We didn't do that in daytime. And we have a big population, right? We only have one weekend staff. One weekend staff. So one day, one weekend, I think, I came in, I forgot for what reason. And then this lady, who was a weekend staff, was there. All right? And then I said, oh, okay, so you have the house. Are you by yourself? He says, yeah. Our weekend staff there by yourself all the time. I said, what? Yeah. That's tough. You know, you're talking about almost 100 residents and then one weekend staff. And then I found out that the residents love this particular staff. This is, I love Joanne when he has the weekend. We have the best time on a weekend when she's around. Because she gets along. She has such rapport with the clients that they, you know, no incidents, they listen to her, right? That's the kind of counselor we need, right? She was a very highly experienced staff. She has worked in the DC for a long time. So she got it. She knows, that's exactly, marunong siya tumimpla ng residente. And if all of us actually knows how to do that, we will have less of that crisis. Sometimes the crisis that we have, we actually provoke it ourselves, right? Okay, so we'll talk about that, how we can be a precipitating factor in this, okay? Next, please. Refusal. You get stopped now. From questioning to challenging to refusal. Refuses to follow direction. Okay? So it gets more complicated now. So what is refusal? Next, please. Non-compliant. And there's a slight loss of rationality there. Okay? Okay, that is refusal. You have clients like that. Sometimes you're running a seminar and they refuse to follow you. Have you encountered that? Yes? How do you deal with that? Do you immediately book the person for refusing? How do you handle it? Or do you muzzle the person because he refused? Okay, let's see. Next, please. Intervention, set limits. Refuses, set limits. So let's say he's walking around, right? And you say, Mopo, please. Mopo. Okay? Sit down. You set limits, right? Right there. Sit down. All right. Next. Release. What is release? Please release me. Okay, next. All right, next, please. Okay, that is release. Verbal acting out, emotional outbursts, loss of rationalization, blowing of steam, screaming, swearing, high. Yeah. Ang tawag natin, pumutok na, right? Yeah. It's a form of verbal acting out. So, is the rationality there? He lost it already, right? Yeah. Okay, screaming. So, in that situation, what do you do? Huh? Okay. Sabi ni Ivan, patulan. Okay, papatulan mo ba yung Okay, so you have to remember, he's not thinking, right? He lost it already. So pag pinatulan mo siya, Pati ikaw, nawala na yung rational ano mo. Ganun mangyayari niyan. Na-provoke ka rin, di ba? Okay, so try to avoid that because if that happens, you know, he is acting out already, right? And you yourself are triggered by that. Okay, it is a bad situation. A very bad situation, right? So you don't want that. You don't want to lose control. Okay? See, if you lost control, other residents is looking, right? So now they figure out, oh, I know how to trigger him. Ah, right? I know how to trigger. Yeah, they're watching. They're watching. Okay? So don't go down to that level, okay? All right. So, next, please. Intervention. Allow the individual to let off steam. If he's screaming, let him scream. He's gonna get tired. If possible, remove audience or acting out individual from the area. So, if you're having a seminar, he acted out, just ask the rest, please, the rest, go to the kitchen or go to the wherever. Go outside, okay? And that person will be left there. Okay, once you remove the audience, he will all of a sudden will de-escalate. Okay, as long as the audience are there, they will continue the acting out. Okay? All right. Like I said before, he cannot sustain that because he's burning energy when he's actually screaming. Okay. All right? That's what's going to happen. Next. Okay, next, intimidation. You feel intimidated sometimes by them? You know, intentionally they're trying to intimidate you. You feel that sometimes? Yes, our clients would do that, okay? All right, next. All right, the individual is verbally and or non-verbally threatening staff in some manner. What do you do? What do you do? Go like that, that. Okay, what do you do when actually intimidating? The intimidation could be subtle, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, next, please. Take all threats seriously. Seek assistance and wait for them to intervene, if possible. Avoid hands-on approach. Okay? So, if a situation happens like this and there is another staff there and the client is going on and trying to intimidate the staff, the other staff should go get the other more staff around. Okay? Just be present. And see, you know, let's see if you know the guy comes down. Okay? Let's see if the person comes down. If he doesn't come down, isolate again the other residents. Just leave that residents in the area. Other residents are gone. Okay? Okay. And he will de-escalate by himself eventually. Okay? It will not go on. Okay, next. All right. So after that intimidation, you know, if you did not go down to the level, hindi mo pinatulan, and it just dissipates by itself, the next is tension reduction. Okay, so what happens in tension reduction? Okay, a drop in energy which occurs after every crisis situation, whether it is after low-level defensive behavior or after intimidation. Okay, they will come down. Okay, so after that, the client, you give him a time or space, right? And try to actually establish connection with a person. That's called therapeutic rapport. Okay, and okay, so it says that we'll discuss that later. But you can intervene later on. Okay, once the person comes down. So tension reduction is a de-escalation of the crisis. Okay, so at that point, you can begin to think of how do we proceed with this. but continue the connection with the person because that person
Yung ating mga doctors po sa likod muna, yung mga nasa likod kanina, dito naman sa harapan. Except Doc Lydia at saka yung ating mga visitors. Mga interesadong matuto.
binago ni Gilbert yung ano, scenery. Binago yung scenery. Okay, sino yung hindi nagpalit ng upuan? Ay, Doc. Nakapako po ba kayo dyan? Okay. All right. Dok, doon sa lugar natin, paggabi, malamig ba? Parang ganito rin. Talaga? It's warmer there, ha? Baka masyado mainit doon. Baka naman masyado maingay. I know, nag-train.
Opo, sige po.
Oh, marami pang wala, no? Sino ka po rito? Okay. Are we all good? Okay, next na, no? Okay. All right, can we resume? Yes? Okay, so let's start. Okay, our first topic in the afternoon, rational detachment. All right, so remember what I said, that many, when a client acts out or even disrespect us, oftentimes, they are actually projecting or displacing, those emotions, no? Okay, so the thing is, never personalize anything that they do. Okay? So, rational detachment means the ability to stay in control of one's behavior and not take acting out behavior personally. I know it's easy to say that, right? But it's hard not to personalize sometimes. Especially, when they insult you, right? Disrespect you. It's tough. It's tough to let it go like that, just like that, no? But think of it this way. A lot of times you are not really the target of that behavior. You're just a convenient person there for them, right? Look at it that way. So if you continue to do not take it personally, very likely Okay, you're able to actually not respond or react to what they're saying or doing inappropriately. Okay, so do not take it personally. Key points. Staff may not be able to control precipitating factors, but they can control their own response to the acting out behaviors that results. How true? Right? We have no control about what they do, as we do not have any control about what happened to them before that caused them to behave or act the way they're behaving now. But we have control over how we respond to the situation. Right? Yeah. So, don't forget that. Next, please. Maintain professional attitude. Okay, so part of being a professional is to be in control, right? And recognize if you are getting triggered and keep your own awareness. Be always aware about what's going on with you in relation to what's going on around you. Next. Find positive outlets for the negative energy absorbed during a crisis. Okay, so when you are intervening, right, you actually absorb a lot of negative energy there. Right? So in fact, you feel that, right? Once the situation calms down, you feel exhausted, right? You feel drained. That's what it is. You were absorbing a lot of negative energy. So the thing to do is, what can you do? What outlets? How do you discharge those negative energies? Okay? So how do you do that? Grounding. Yeah. No, actually the grounding you can apply to clients who is actually anxious, right? When a client is getting anxious, agitated, you can actually do that and say, hey, follow me. Ground, follow me. Just, okay? Breathing in and out, and in, out, in, out. That one, is almost like a form of grounding. Okay? Feeling what's going on in your body. Right? Okay, so how do you discharge that negative energy? What do you do, guys, when you've been through an intense negative situation? What do you do next? How do you discharge the negative energy? No, in your own life, what do you do? What? Look for food. Okay. Now, seriously, what do you do? First is talk, right? Yeah. It's a good release is very simple. It doesn't cost you anything, right? You just have somebody willing to listen to you. Talk about it. Talk what happened to you. Talk how you felt during that situation, right? With someone. Okay, that kind of dissipates the negative energy, right? Some people do sports, right? Some people do that. Or let me take a long walk, something like that. Okay? So, but dissipate that negative energy. Some people do mindfulness exercise. If you know how to do mindfulness, that's a great way to actually dissipate the negative energy. Okay? Okay. Next, please. Examples from group on ways in which they rationally detach. How do you rationally detach when a situation is deteriorating and you're close to taking it personally? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? From real life experience, how do you handle that? A client is let's say intimidating you, right? How do you step back and keep your rationality? I'm sorry? You keep quiet? Keep quiet? How about the others? What do you do? No, to keep your to keep yourself from not getting sucked into the situation. You understand? That's what it means, maintaining your rational detachment. Don't get sucked in. So what do you do so you don't get sucked in? Okay, ignore. Okay, some people would ignore the situation, right? Okay, maintain your professional facade, right? Okay, keep your cool. Yes, Doc.
You just maintain your objectivity. So stay with the facts.
Okay, stay with the facts. Paano yun, Doc?
Paano ba yun? Parang as a lawyer kasi we don't give our opinion unless it is asked of us.
Okay.
Tapos we get the facts. We don't add our own biases. We get the facts, and then from there we try to look for what is the real problem, what is the cause, so we can also determine what is the proper intervention or solution. But until that time that we already have the solution or we just keep on looking for facts lang.
Okay.
Yun lang po.
All right. So I'm just trying to clarify, understand. Stay objective, right? Don't personalize it. You understand why not personalize it? You're not taking what is being said as an assault on you. Not taking it as directed to you. Because in reality, it's not really. You're just like a convenient target. You understand? You're the most accessible person there. Yeah. Okay? So it's not really you. So if you can keep your cool and maintain that attitude that it's not really me, he's the target of this, Okay. And the other thing is, this is historical. This is probably this is how he does with any situation, right? Okay, so keep that in mind, for you to be able to maintain that rational detachment, to not personalize anything that a client throws at you. Okay? Okay, so anyone else who has a different style of keeping your objectivity or rational detachment? Yes, Nico.
Doc, for me, I think when it comes to rational detachment, my understanding on that manner is that for you to have control over your emotions and the behavior that your clients show to you, it's better siguro to be insightful over what are the good and bad thing that is the client is trying to portray, and later on don't let allow the hate and the negative behavior that the clients portray to you, because you understand what the client is undergoing, and be mindful over the situation. And also I meditate, and also I pray if something that is happening with the client's behavior, that it won't easily affect me and I might not lose my control over the situation.
Okay. All right. So, parang it's a form of rationalization, di ba? You rationalize yung behavior ng residente na hindi naman talaga ako yan eh. Hindi naman talaga ako target. It's actually a form of rationalization, right? But in reality, that's true. I'm trying to explain to you that what you're doing. But in order for you to detach that situation, then if you have to rationalize it, right? Okay, so as long as you are able to actually not to take it personal, that's the key, not to go down to their level. Once you go down to their level, you're personalizing it already, right? You end up arguing. When you're already arguing with them, you go down to that level already, and there is no more rational detachment there. So you will catch. See, we respond to crisis by habit. Di ba? Habitually. So, catch yourself. When you are challenged, when you are intimidated, right, or threatened, what is your normal reaction? Do you get very defensive? Do you lash out? Do you lash out? So, some of us, that's the way we respond to that kind of situation. Okay? So, in this kind of situation, you cannot go back to the way you respond to threats, like outside, right? So, sa labas, away na kaagad, di ba? You cannot do that here. It's a whole different situation. Okay, so you really have to learn how to hold yourself. Stay cool. Okay? All right. Next. Okay, do you believe in that integrated experience? The concept that behaviors and attitudes of staff impacts on behaviors and attitudes of those in their care and vice versa? Do you believe in that? Do you see that actually? Do you see that in your experience working with the residents? Do you see that? Is that true? Yes. That's true, right? From what we experience. Our attitude and behavior. If we're antagonistic, right? Because some of us are not even aware, but we are being antagonistic, right? Some of us, like, it's a habit to be just being antagonistic. You're not even aware you're being antagonistic, right? And then if you do that with the residents, what happens now? They respond negatively to you too, right? Okay, so be aware. Be aware. You're about your habit, right? On the way you respond to a stressful situation. Okay? Okay, next. Individuals do not act out in a vacuum. Their behavior affects staff and vice versa. So it is interactive. That's why it's called integrated experience. It's interactive. We influence each other. Residents influence you, and you influence residents, right? Okay? So you walking in there, and if the residents feel, like down or depressed, you feel that, right? Right away. Okay? So they do affect our mood. And if they're lively and you walk in there, they're lively, they're having a good time, it lifts your mood too. Right? Okay, so if there is a crisis there, you walk in there, it feels heavy, right? It feels heavy. And you are already stressed. You just walking in there. Okay, so individuals do not act out in a vacuum. There is always a precipitating factor that led to that. Next. Okay, so if we stay in control, we can display a positive action which will not escalate the person's behavior. Remember, anxiety, be supportive. Okay, they're showing anxious behavior, be supportive. You can even use grounding if you have to. It's okay, right? And then, if the residents knows about grounding, they can follow you easily, right? Teach them about grounding. Why not, right? Why not? Teach them, hey, I have a trick for you. When you feel like stress outside, or you feel like having a fight with somebody, why don't you do this? Turuan mo siya ng iba-ibang klaseng grounding. And then ask him, what's your favorite one? Okay, so it's time na maging anxious yung client. Pag kilala ka niya na, okay, let's do grounding. Okay? Do this. Follow me. And before you know it, he's calmed down. It always works. Because remember what I was telling you, how grounding works? It's tapping onto your cortex away from the amygdala. Right? The amygdala is the center, the fear center. Remember that? Right? You want to pull him out of the amygdala and go into the cortex. And then the grounding is bringing in them back using actually their head. They don't know this, but they just feel like, nakalimutan niya na kung ano yung nakastress sa kanya beforehand. Right? Okay. So, it works. So, turuan niyo yung kliyente niyo, grounding. Sa labas, gusto niyo oh, my allergy. Sorry. Okay. So next is defensive. Be directive. They're being defensive. Keep it clear, simple, right? Because they're beginning to lose their rationality. Just be directive and say, okay, sit down, whatever, okay? Or keep quiet, okay? If you can just stay quiet. All right, so next is acting out. When the person is acting out, what do we do? Non-violent physical crisis intervention. We covered that earlier. Okay? So, you try to intervene. Don't forget the stance, how you stand up, your body language, the tone of voice, right? All of that. And then tension reduction, the response is therapeutic rapport. So when they come down, you begin to talk to them and process the experience. Okay? So that's the time to do counseling. Before that, you cannot do counseling because they are not rational. Okay? All right, so is that clear? Question on this? Okay, next. All right, let's look at fear and anxiety. Fear and anxiety. All right, next. Okay, what happens when you are really, really afraid? What happens? What are the common reactions to fear? Okay, flight or fight, right? Okay, that's the amygdala now, right? Doing that. Okay, so how about freeze? Okay, so it's fight, flight, or freeze. Okay, so it can happen to you when suddenly you're not prepared and a fearful situation happens, you freeze, right? Okay, so I hope so. I hope not, because that if you freeze, you can't do anything. You can, and then it's not safe for you also. Fear and anxiety are universal human emotions. Our response to them is both psychological and physiological, right? So they can be unproductive and they can be productive, right? So fear and anxiety could be productive. Okay, so traditional counseling. Let's go back to the traditional counseling. What's the role of anxiety in chains? In counseling? Anyone? What's the role of anxiety? How do we use anxiety in counseling, in chains? Is anxiety has a role in changing behavior? How, Doc Rommel? How does it play a role?
I'm not sure, Doc, pero in changing behavior kasi, sometimes we need to trigger yung anxiety to know what is the cause of the anxiety.
Okay. Okay, in counseling, what do they say about anxiety? Okay, sino naka-attend na ng MI? Dito. All right, MI. So, let's see. How do you initiate change according to MI? Yes. No, you do not create ambivalence. Okay, they're already ambivalent a lot of times. Okay, there is something you do. MI, come on. Okay, Doc.
First, Doc, we should ask the patient regarding the cause of the anxiety. And after that, we ask the patient how can he address his anxiety.
Okay, not yet. No. All right. So, how do MI use anxiety? When that? Yeah. Okay. You know, you understand anxiety? It's an unsettling feeling, correct? You feel unsettled. You feel like something needs to happen, right? Anxiety. Okay. How about creating cognitive dissonance? Cognitive dissonance. What's the term for that in MI? What's the term in MI? When you're trying to create what? It's actually cognitive dissonance. That's a technical term for it. What are you trying to create? Once you actually achieve like rapport with a client, what? I'm sorry? No, you're trying to create. Yeah, okay, what's the term? Discrepancy, right? You create discrepancy, right? What's a discrepancy between the desired behavior, what he wants to achieve, and what is he doing? Right? You're trying to say, okay, you said you want to change, right? But look what you did. Look what you did, right? So, you're creating dissonance, right? Which is actually equivalent to anxiety. You're creating dissatisfaction. No? You're highlighting, this is what you want, but this is what you're doing. And then, when he sees that, then it feels like there is dissonance, right? Between the desired behavior and what he is actually doing. That's MI, right? You remember? Creating dissonance or discrepancy. You remember that? Creating discrepancy in MI, or you forgot? That is the most important thing to remember in MI. That's the key of MI. Creating discrepancy. That's what separates MI from Rogerian therapy or counseling. Rogerian counseling, you don't create discrepancy. Okay? But both MI and traditional counseling capitalizes on anxiety to actually create change or initiate change, right? Why? The principle is, if you are happy with your situation, would you change your behavior? No. But when somebody is unsettled about his situation, he begins to think like, how can I get out of this situation, right? So it initiates change. So, that is anxiety. It is called productive anxiety because that's the goal of therapy, to create anxiety, to trigger the person to think about getting out of that situation or resolving the anxious situation, anxiety-provoking situation. That is productive anxiety, correct? Okay. Fear could be also productive, correct? Okay, give me an example where fear can be productive. When can fear be productive? Anyone? Think. Think of when a fear could be productive. Okay, so when you are afraid, are you careless or are you careful? Yes, careful, right? So when there is fear, there is heightened awareness, correct? Is there heightened awareness? Yes. Okay, so if you are bungee jumping or jumping off the airplane, there's a lot of fear, right? A lot of fear, especially if this is your first time to do it. Is that a positive thing to be fearful jumping off a plane the first time? Yes, because what happens when you are afraid like that? You are so keen and careful, right? That is productive fear. So fear can be helpful. Fear is adaptive. Fear is adaptive. When you're afraid, you escape the dangerous situation, right? There is already a dangerous situation. Your mind triggers fear. Then the tendency is to protect yourself, correct? Now imagine if there is no fear, right? A dangerous situation is coming your way, right? And you don't recognize the fear. You don't even run. Instead of avoiding it, you go head on. That's what's going to happen. But because of fear, your awareness becomes keen, and then you find a way to escape from that situation. You got it? Okay, that is a productive form of fear. Okay, so let's look at what it says. Unproductive fear, freezing, unproductive. Okay, next. Overacting. Overreacting situation. When you overreact, you tend to kind of miss the situation, miss the point. You cannot cope adequately. You cannot respond adequately. You're overreacting. Okay? Both psychologically and physiologically. Yung iba, psychologically, pag nag-overreact, what happens? He becomes hysterical. Right? A person becomes hysterical. Okay? Next is responding inappropriately, verbally and physically. Okay? When you're afraid, you become inappropriate verbally. Okay? And also physically. Okay, so why? Because then the fear is overcoming your good judgment. So the amygdala is overactive, right? That's what happened, overactive. When the amygdala is overactive, it suppresses the neocortex. The neocortex, which is the thinking part of the brain. That's the way it works, right? There's tremendous fear, the amygdala shuts down the thinking part of the brain. That's why you cannot verbalize properly, particularly that part of the cortex, right? That is responsible for language, right? It's effective. What do you call that part of the brain that's responsible for language? Anatomy. What is that? Come on. Broca's brain, right? Broca's brain. It's affected. It shuts down. It's shut down, right? You cannot verbalize. And who shuts it down? The amygdala. Because of tremendous fear. Cannot talk. Okay, you lose your ability to talk. Okay, so next, let's look at productive. Increase in speed and strength. That's very true, right? Fear. And what's responsible for that? And who triggers that? What part of the brain? I just said that earlier. No, the amygdala. The amygdala mobilizes the body, increase oxygen on your right in the blood, and right increase blood pressure, and you're fast breathing very fast. Okay, all of that to mobilize the body to respond to the fearful situation. Okay, kaya yun, right? That happens all the time. In a case of an emergency, if in a life-threatening situation, right? That happens all the time. Okay, next please. Increase in sensory acuity. What does that mean? Heightened, yes. It heightens your senses. Your eyes get so sharp. Your hearing gets so sharp, right? Okay, that's as a result of fear. Okay, because that helps you survive, correct? That helps you survive. Next, please. Decrease in reaction time. Why is that productive? Decrease in reaction time. I'm sorry. Okay. You analyze the situation before you act. Okay. What else? How is that productive? Decrease in reaction time. Meaning what? Fast? Your reaction time is fast? Decrease in reaction time. Meaning it's fast. Decrease reaction time. Okay? You act fast. Out of fear, you act fast. Okay? Suddenly, your reaction time is fast. Mali yung, it can be interpreted the other way around. But not slow. When you're afraid, nothing is slow motion, it's fast, right? Time, it's just expand, like that. Okay. So that is anxiety, fear and anxiety, where fear and anxiety could be both productive and unproductive, depending on the situation. Okay? All right. So there is anxiety. There is a role for anxiety. Why we have anxiety? I explained to you why fear also is important in our survival. Okay? However, if there is an excess of fear and excess of anxiety, it becomes pathological. Okay, what happens when there is excessive anxiety? What happened to the person? You become manic. Yeah, you know, right? Yeah. Okay, what else? Too much anxiety. You cannot sleep, right? It affects your functioning. Okay? And it can become debilitating also. Okay? Alright, so fear, the same thing. Too much fear can be very debilitating too. Or especially if it's chronic fear. Okay, next please. Okay. Ways to control fear and anxiety. How do you control fear and anxiety? Any idea? When, in real life, in your experience, when you are fearful or you're anxious, when you are not supposed to be, what do you do to control it? Ideas? I'm sorry? Positive self-talk, according to Perry. Cognitive behavioral intervention. Right? Positive talk. What is positive talk? I'm sorry? Yeah. You talk to yourself, right? You try to create the opposite feeling. Right? Okay, that's self-talk. What else? How do you control fear and anxiety? I'm sorry? You breathe, right? You pay attention to your breathing. Okay, pay attention to your breathing. It normalizes. What are you doing? You're trying to calm down the amygdala. That's what you're doing. What else? Grounding. You forgot grounding. Yeah, you can do that. You can do grounding yourself. Okay? Too much anxiety, do grounding. You know, unless you really an experienced meditator, you cannot meditate when you're very anxious, right? You have to calm yourself down before you can sit and meditate, okay? Because your mind is racing very fast. Yeah, okay. So you need to calm down. So you do grounding first, okay? All right. So what else? Just be practical things you do in your experience. Breathing exercise, grounding. What else? How do you handle anxiety when you are so anxious? What do you do? Huh? I'm sorry? All right, let's look at the first. Understand what makes us afraid. Yeah, what makes you afraid? Understand, okay? Same thing with our client. We try to explore with our client, why did you respond to that situation? You overreact, right? So obviously you have fear. So where is that fear coming from? Understand the nature and the cause. And once you understand the cause of that fear, somehow you learn how to cope with it, correct? You change your behavior accordingly. Okay? So give me an example of fear in your life that somehow, is disturbing to you. Anyone? You're fearful of what? Anything. Like a phobia or something. What? Fear of what? Oh, fear of spider. Okay. Yes, some people have phobia of spider. What else? What other things that you're afraid of? Height. Afraid of height. Afraid of what? What are some of the things that you're afraid of? Height. Yes. Afraid of what? Height? Yeah, height. Afraid of girls? Afraid of girls. Okay. Anong klaseng phobia yun? Ha? Oh, por Dios, por santo. Takot daw sa babae na nabusted siya several times. Okay. Pero yun. Okay. What other fear? Fear of failure. Okay, so, right? That's common among ourselves. Somehow, all of us, in lesser or greater degree, is afraid to fail. Correct? Yeah. What else? What other things that actually makes us afraid? Death. Yeah. Fatal situation, right? Or threatening, life-threatening situation. Getting sick is another one, right? Getting COVID, especially before. That's dreadful, right? To think even about that. Okay. All right. So let's understand what makes us afraid. That's the first step. Understand what is it. Next, Learn techniques to protect both ourselves and acting out individuals in a crisis. Okay, so we have that, right? Distance, keeping a safe distance, non-threatening behavior, okay, all of that. Okay, next. Use a team approach. Don't respond alone. That is very important. That's what I've been trying to repeat over and over. Respond as much as possible as a team. So when a situation comes up, go there right away when you hear there is something going on. Even though you don't understand what it is, just go there. Okay? To support whoever is the staff there. If you are the first one to get there, be prepared to respond appropriately to the situation. Okay, hopefully within a few seconds, there'll be more people coming in. So even though that's not your area, you're not actually in the how do you call that, in the treatment, respond, go there anyway. If you are stopped, you just to provide support. Okay, so it's safer to intervene as a team. It gives you a lot of confidence and you feel safe also. Okay? As much as possible, don't do it by yourself. Okay, next. Learn physical intervention techniques to manage acting out individuals if necessary. I hope it doesn't get to that point, okay? That's what we are trying to avoid. Okay, before we move on, question, comments, what do you think? We're good? Addition? Insights? No comments? No questions? All right, next please. Personal, okay, we don't have to do this. Okay, these are the physical intervention. I'm not teaching you that. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, but we are trying to avoid that. I don't want you to put in a difficult situation because, yeah, and you really need to actually learn and master the techniques to be able to do it. Okay, so we don't do that. Okay, the team approach and nonviolent physical intervention. Okay, so again, care, welfare, safety, and security. Next. Okay, any physical intervention is potentially dangerous and should be looked at as an emergency response procedure. Risks involved with physical intervention can be minimized when staff members regularly practice and rehearse procedure for team intervention. This is for team intervention using non-violent physical intervention. Okay, next. We're not doing that. Okay, skip. No, we're not doing that. Okay. The crisis response team. I think this is what Doc Jelen was referring to earlier, right? To have a team of people responding, okay? So that should be arranged beforehand, okay, in a crisis response team. Who is your crisis response team? Right? So if you are actually inside, always, around the residents, you should have a team there. Okay? So I know you rotate, right, by shift, right? So you should have an arrangement that in a crisis, this is our team. So you have a clear idea of who are the team members and who leads the team. Okay, so it becomes like automatic. A crisis in the morning, you have a team to respond right away. Okay? All right, so who is your crisis response team? Next, please. How is your team summoned? Okay, again, this is what Dr. Jelen was saying. how do we mobilize the team? How do we communicate to the rest that there is a crisis going on and we need people there? Okay, so it doesn't mean that because there is a team, the rest doesn't have to respond to the situation. The team is the frontline people who should be responding to the crisis, okay? So it's a team because we discourage, or I discourage for you responding alone. It's not safe to do that, okay? Next, please. Other facility-specific crisis response team information. Okay, you've got to make an arrangement on how to carry this out. How do you organize the team? How do you notify the team, right? Okay, who is the team leader? How do you designate that? Okay, so maybe the first person who will respond would be the team leader automatically. You could do that, right? The first person in the scene automatically becomes the leader, and whoever comes up next would be the supporting team member. Okay, so come up with something. Organize yourself around that crisis response team. Questions about this? Is this something doable? We can do that? Okay, you need to agree on each other's on how to implement this, okay? All right, next please. Okay, team versus solo intervention. Safety. Remember what I said? There is safety in numbers. And then also you are more confident in dealing with the situation if there are more people around. Okay? And from legal perspective, it is safer to have other witness. Okay? Otherwise, somebody can just claim this and it's your word against another. Okay? But if there are more people and there are more witnesses, there is less likelihood of people taking you to court for whatever happened. Okay. Next, please. Professionalism. Team members can lend support to one another during a crisis situation. Right. Be supportive with each other. Okay? The idea there is try to actually help your peers, your co-workers, your colleague. Okay? So that should be an arrangement, an agreement among yourselves that there's a crisis, you got to be there to support whoever is the first responder. Okay? Next, please. Litigation. See? Having another person on the scene provides a witness to the intervention. It's very important. Okay, it's safer that way from a legal perspective. In the U.S., this is very important because in the U.S., litigation is common. Yeah, litigation is common. Do you know some of our counselors back when I was working in the TC? They got sued. Their counselor got sued. And it was a female client who sued a male counselor, accusing that the male counselor was sexually inappropriate to her. And the counselor was just intervening, just like this. She was acting out, and the counselor was just talking to her to calm her down. And then later on, turned around and accused the counselor that he was touching or inappropriate with her. Okay, so and there was no witness. That made it very difficult, right? And that can happen. In the U.S., litigation is common. Maybe here it's less, but who knows? You'll never know, right? What the clients would do. Okay. All right. So always respond as much as possible, respond as a team. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that there is already a crisis and then you're trying to form a team. No. There is a crisis, respond to it right away. And make sure that the rest of the staff, like I said, support whoever is the first responder to the situation. Okay? That's the way you do it. Not wait to form a team. No. The team should be like automatically formed beforehand. Okay? It's something that you have to talk about, you know, as a group. How do we form a team? What's our understanding? Who are the first responder? Or whoever is there, first responder, what happens to the other people? Okay? What can they do? Maybe, okay, the next step is separate the acting out person from the rest of the community. So how do we do that? What is our procedure for doing that? Where do we assemble them? Where do we send them? That is to be agreed right away. You know, in other words, you have to plan it out. You have to, you know, plan ahead of time. Identify safe area there, okay, for a crisis. And then, you know, maybe in any crisis, that becomes a general area for the residents to assemble themselves. I'm not just talking about, you know, an acting out crisis. It could be any crisis, correct? Fire is an example. So if you have fire, where do they assemble? It should be clear, right? Where it is safe. So in an emergency, where do residents go? So that, you know, when you say, hey, go to the designated area, that right there, right? You don't have to explain where. Say designated area 1, designated area 2, whatever. Okay, you should have a system for doing that. Does that make sense? In a crisis, right? In an emergency. You never know. You know, any emergency. Maybe an alien lands in here, a UFO, who knows? Whatever. Okay? Okay. Next, please. Okay, it says that the first person on the scene, yes. You lead a team because you're the first one to respond, right? That can be that can be the system. Whoever responds first becomes the team leader because he has more knowledge of what happened, right? Okay. Okay, next, please. A team member with confidence and competence is in handling crisis situation. Now, I would say everybody should be able to lead, regardless. Okay? Because you'll never know. You could be the first person. Anybody could be the first person in the scene. Okay? You should know what to do. Alright? So you should be knowledgeable. You should be confident that you can handle the situation or a crisis. So, everybody got the training anyway. So why not, right? Everybody knows what to do. Okay? Alright, so everybody should be a potential team leader. Whoever responds first there can become a team leader. That could be an arrangement for you to agree upon. Okay? Next. A team member who has a rapport with the acting out individual. Remember what I said? Okay, let's say Philip was the first one to actually respond to the situation, right? And then everybody comes in, right? Then next person who comes in is a caseload manager, right? And that caseload manager has a good rapport with the client, so he can take over from Philip and continue whatever he was doing, trying to de-escalate the situation. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So he just moves back. The caseload counselor, whoever that person, who has a rapport on that person, takes over, and then Phillips just kind of recedes from the scene. So there's only one person talking to the other person. The rest of the staff will be just around, floating around, right? Floating around. And that by itself communicates a message to the client and say, there are several of us around, okay? And hopefully with that number, that would be enough to de-escalate the situation. Okay? All right. A question on this before we move on about the function of the team leader. Question? Are you all confident you can be a team leader in a crisis situation? Yes? Who doesn't feel comfortable? Anyone who doesn't feel comfortable? So everybody will remember. Take the names. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so all of us, okay? And then don't forget what I said. Always respond, and be there, support the rest of the staff. Okay, it's not the time for you to go to the bathroom. Listen, in an emergency, do not try to go to the bathroom. I know what you will do. Okay? Okay, do not hide in the bathroom. All right? Or go to your office and lock it. Okay? All right. So do not find any excuses, please, in a crisis situation. Be there. That should be an agreement among yourselves, okay? To support each other. I know. Some is thinking already, maybe I can hide somewhere, Jesus. All right. Maybe I will pretend, that I have an emergency. Okay, probably somebody will pull out a cell phone. I have an emergency. Don't do that. Okay. Just to I get away from the situation, right? All of a sudden, I cannot walk. mauna ka na. I cannot walk. All right. Okay, what else? I'm trying to already anticipate how the other people will be trying to excuse themselves from the situation, Okay, none of those. Okay, none of those. We agree on that? All right, take the names down. Okay. No questions? Okay.
Doc, I'm trying to visualize it into scenarios. Please enlighten me kung ano pong mas better dito. Crisis intervention, merong nag-a-act out, then somebody or the team leader, siya yung kumakausap, and the other staff just around. Kasi ano po ang mas better, yung isa lang ang kumakausap or the other way around, na isang kumakausap kasi hindi mo may iwasan magbabatiin tong mga to.
Kasi, listen, di ba sabi ko sa'yo, pag nag-acting out, hindi siya rational, di ba? Okay. Pag masyado marami nagsasalita, it can get very confusing. Oo, hindi siya makafocus, di ba? Isa lang. At saka parang binabadger mo yung tao pag marami Pag marami nagsasalita, he feels badger, na masyadong overreact naman yun. So, one person lang, but the other person address, that's their presence. Your presence is enough, actually, to tell you frankly. Their presence, you don't have to say anything because that communicates a very strong message that there are several of us around. And that is enough that will contribute to him de-escalating the situation. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Just let one person talk. Just think of that. If I am I'm not thinking very clearly, I have too many to pay attention to. It's just too much. Right? I just want to hear one voice. Okay. Because you know what happens in a crisis like that? He becomes like tunnel vision, remember? Tunnel vision, right? He's angry and he's just focusing on one situation. He cannot be like all over the place. He can't do that. Okay? All right. But good question, Philip. Other questions? Comments? Are we good with this? Okay, good. All right. Next. Okay, what are the duties of the team leader? And that one, you have to actually decide on that one. Do you agree that the first responder would be the team leader, or you will have to have a pre-designated team leader? You have to kind of look at that and see which one is the most efficient way of responding to an emergency. Okay? All right. So, duties. All right, assess the situation, right? Immediately. What's going on? And in your assessment, pay attention to what's going on in the environment. Okay, because it's like this, right? Possibly not there are other people there or also supporting that guy who is acting out. Is that possible? Okay, that is very possible. So if you know that there are some, and also, you remember, if he's acting out, that person is triggering other people there also. Remember? So if he has a trauma history, he can be triggered by that situation, and he is already losing it also. So it's possible that one person can trigger several people to begin to actually act out. So you've got to be very quick and see the situation, what's going on. And that's why it makes a whole lot of sense to isolate those people, the rest of the community, from the person who is acting out. Okay, so move them out of the situation. And that should just come automatically. Whoever respond to the situation, okay, assess, right? And then whoever comes in, look at what's going on, and then immediately separate the rest of the community from the acting out person, whoever gets there next, okay? Hopefully there are several people who respond right away. Okay. Okay, next please. Plan the intervention. Okay, so the problem with this planning is there is really no time to plan. A crisis happens in a snap, right? So a lot of times there's no plan. I think what that means, the planning there, is plan ahead. Okay, plan ahead. You should have a plan on how to intervene in a crisis situation. So you have a crisis intervention plan. I think that's what that means. Because how are you going to sit down and plan? There's already a crisis, right? You know what I'm saying? Okay, so plan ahead. Next, please. Direct or cue the other team members. Meaning, you don't have to, verbally, you can actually, if you forget, right? You're trying to, and you forget, and they are not separating the rest of the other residents, you can cue in and say, take them out, okay? Or you can have code words, right? Whatever, okay? Whatever, which means something. So you should have a prearranged code words to mean, okay, separate the rest of the community. Take them to area 1 or area 2, something like that. Okay, next please. Communicate with the acting out individual. Okay, keep him engaged. But, like I said, keep it simple and safe. Okay, safe distance. And you're talk slowly, very slowly, okay, and non-threatening, right volume, and you just keep trying to engage the person, okay? All right. Questions? What do you think about this? The duties? No questions? Clarification? Yes, sir.
In instances where there are 2 or more people involved, Doc, how do we, yes po, acting out? Siguro may fights, may grupo-grupo, magkakaroon ba ng team kada taong involved or hahatiin yung team? Ano pong gagawin, Doc?
So each person is being addressed by one individual, right? So if there are several people involved in acting out behavior, so several staff would be like individually, okay, addressing the person. Okay, and then the ideal there, I think if that is a situation, you can begin to disperse, right? A staff member can say, okay, come with me, or something like that. Try to separate him from the rest. In other words, isolate them. Okay? But somebody, a staff member, should be responding individually to whoever. Let's say you have 3 people, three staff members engaging each one of them, one particular person. Okay? Yeah. So, and then the ideal thing is if we can isolate them from the rest, okay? From the rest. So they don't know how each one is responding. All right. So I don't know how to do that, but if you can think of a ways how to actually isolate them from each other, that would be the best. Okay, questions, comments? No questions? Yes, Romel.
Doc, I think si Doc Emeril may mention dati that there are individuals na pag nag-act out hindi yata pinakausap agad.
Oh, okay, but in a moment of crisis, you have to engage the person. Okay, so how are you gonna do this?
Especially mga may psychotic symptoms ba?
There are patients, Doc, whom we cannot engage them in a meaningful conversation kasi, Doc. Diba yung mga psychotic patients?
Okay. Ooh, wow, that's tough, right? So you have those? How do you manage those people, right? Ooh. Okay. Okay, so here is, right, that's tough, Doc. Tough, really. I don't know how you manage that. But so that's a whole different situation, Doc. Okay, I don't know how you would manage that when they act out, short of getting a syringe and injecting them, to keep quiet, right? You don't do that, right?
Doc, if the patient is already a threat to other patients and to himself, we usually do a physical restraint and, of course, a chemical restraint, Doc, for the safety of the patient and the others.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this though: what are you able to really provide treatment for these people?
For the immediate treatment, Doc. But after that, of course, when the patient is already stable, we continue with the rehabilitation.
Okay, but are they capable of responding though?
Yes, Doc, once they are already behaviorally manageable.
Okay. Okay, so, all right, so the protocol, I think the protocol for people with severe co-occurring disorder would be different from the protocol for the rest of the clients, right? Yeah, so maybe you need to kind of clarify that these are our protocol, because the residents will be confused also, why two different types of treatment, because they don't differentiate between them and people with co-occurring disorder. So come up with a clear guidelines or protocol on how to deal with acting out behavior among clients with severe co-occurring disorder. We cannot lump them with the rest of the community, right? Because it's a whole different dynamics involved. Okay, so it seems like you already have a way of dealing with that, right? Okay, so yeah, so hey, just codify it, right? I admire you for really, because they can be very disruptive, right? Yeah. So the question sometimes you have in here is, how much disruption are you gonna tolerate, right? Up to what point you're going to tolerate that you do not sacrifice the rest of the community, right? That's a rational discussion on that. And I'm for helping these people, especially if you can stabilize them and let them respond to the program. Yes.
What we usually do is that we isolate the patient, usually for 2 weeks while we are stabilizing. And once they are already stable, they can join the formal rehabilitation program after assessment, Doc.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So that's fine. You know what I like about your program, right? is that you do not separate them. You know, they're actually, in other words, they're not labeled as, you know, the crazy ones. Okay, I like that because in the past there was a move to actually build a MICA program within a rehabilitation program. Yeah, but as long as they are not, that's a designated area. As long as they are not labeled as, you know, those are the crazy ones. You understand? Because that by itself is very stigmatizing. And then your ability to actually socialize them with the main population, that's great that you can do that. Actually, hopefully they guys, come on. Hopefully they integrate very quickly, right? And they benefit. The community actually will help them adjust better. Okay. Instead of isolating them and putting them in one place and say these are the psychiatric patients, right? Okay, so that should be the right approach. Yun lang ko lang doon, kailangan i-define yung protocol, kailangan malinaw, okay? All right, good, great. Okay, so questions, comments? Yes, sir. No questions? We're good? Okay, next please. Direct or cue the other team members. Okay, we already talked about that. The next one? Oh, that's duties, right? We finished this? What's the next one? Yeah, we communicate with acting out the individual. Okay, all right. Auxiliary team duties. Okay, the first one. Check physical, psychological status of individual, safety of the environment. Okay, so we look at that, right? The safety of the whole community. Next, please. Address what needs to happen to de-escalate the situation. Okay, so these are automatic things. You're thinking, what's the next step to de-escalate the situation? Okay, that just should come naturally. What are the safety concerns? Okay, answer those questions. What are the safety? Should be in your mind. What are the safety concerns? What other residents? How other residents are potentially affected by this? Okay, next. Are control dynamics being utilized safely? We're not doing that. Control dynamics is the restraint. They call it control dynamics, restraining clients. We don't restrain clients, right? Okay, next. Recognize need for additional assistance. Need for change intervention strategies. Okay, this comes later on, right? When you assess what happened, you know, maybe the intervention needs to be looked at, needs to be changed, right? And there should be a time to review after the crisis how the whole community, how the staff responded to the situation, what can we learn from the situation, how can we make it better next time. Those will be part of the assessment, you know, later on. We'll talk about that towards the end. Okay, so next, please. Engage in verbal de-escalation with acting out individual, okay, and support to other team members. So those are considerations that should be automatic right away for all of us. Think, okay. All right. Next, please. Okay, so role play. Let's role play. Can we role play like an acting out individual? Can we role play the anxiety? Yung mga artista, yung mga nangangarap na maging maging star. Okay, so here is the role play. We'll role play from anxiety, right? From time the person is getting anxious, all right? The staff, the staff comes and try to intervene, right? The client is already anxious and the staff intervenes, and then the clients begin to escalate, okay, and refuse to follow, and then after that, the client starts to act out. Okay, we just role play that, you know, the intervention, the anxiety intervention did not work, and then escalates, and then the client acts out. Who can do that? Sino ang pwede mag-act out? A client. No, okay. So and then we'll look at the situation. No, make it as realistic as possible. Okay. Okay, that's the thing, right? Client is anxious, and right, anxious, maybe pacing back and forth. Okay, back and forth, and then staff comes in, right, from work and say, "What's going on?" Intervene, right? Intervene, and then the client begin to escalate, right? Later on, he doesn't want to listen, and then the staff tell her, command or give direction and say, "Why don't you take a seat?" You know, the client refuses to take a seat and continue to escalate until the client acts out. Yeah. Right? It's acting out, it's uncontrollable, the whole thing. And then the rest of the staff try to intervene. And can we do that? Okay. So who wants to volunteer for the role play? And then I'll give you time to actually talk about how you're gonna do it. Okay. And then the rest will be observers. Okay. So we'll that's a role play, right? We are trying to role play the escalation. Okay. And then you know so there should be a stop, and there should be somebody acting out. Okay? So, sino gusto mag-volunteer? Volunteers?
Sir. Doc.
Okay, who wants to be the client, the acting out client? Raise your hands. Walang mag-roleplay, walang client.
Sir.
Alright.
Doc, suggestion. Yung hindi na lang po masyadong nag-actively participate, yun na lang po muna ang ano.
Doc, ano yan? Masyadong subjective yan, Doc. Okay, si Philip nag-volunteer client. Shh. Guys, si Philip mag-volunteer na client, okay? Alright. Okay, now I need staff, right? Okay, so I need about 3 staff members. 3 staff. Okay? Sino yung mag-volunteer na staff? Raise your hands. Come on. Come on, guys. Volunteer. A staff. Magaling kayo mag-volunteer ng ibang tao. Bakit ganun? Pero hindi kayo magaling mag-volunteer sa sarili niyo. Okay, okay, sino yan? Sino yung, come on, I need three other people. They'll be the staff. Okay, there you go, Vincent. Okay, I need 2 more. 2 more. Okay, how about a female? Okay, female, volunteer. Come on. Volunteer. Sino? Okay, okay, we have 2, and then I need 2 more. 1 female, senior female. Come on. A female and another male. Come on. All right. Let's go. Sino yan? Wala sa likod? Walang mag-volunteer sa likod? Okay. All right, please. And one more male. Or even female. It doesn't matter. One more. Okay, please. Sino yan? Okay, the three of you. One more, please. Okay. All right. One more, please. What? One more. Okay. All right. Please. Plan your role play, please, outside. Okay, you have like 10, 15 minutes. When you're ready, just let us know, okay? Meanwhile, yung mga hindi nag-volunteer, kakanta sa harap, okay? Shh. Di bali na daw, baka magka-crisis pa tayo. Okay, so let's give them some time. Okay, to organize themselves. Questions? Comments so far? All right, let me ask you. Is this helpful? Yeah, will this really help you with, deal with a crisis with clients? Yeah? Okay, good. So you learned something, that you can use to prevent. The whole idea is preventing a crisis from happening. That's the whole idea. Okay? So, I know crises sometimes, oftentimes are unavoidable, but we can avoid it from happening, the better. Okay? That's the whole idea. So, like I said, prevention is better than intervention. Right? Prevention. Okay, so let's give them time. Okay. Gilbert? Ano?
Setting natin is parang nasa classroom, ongoing ang schooling ng client under the DPM. BPLS. So, yun po siya. Ako yung kunyari teacher nila. Tapos, andyan na yung mga clients, bahala na kayo mga meeting na sa Facebook. Ayaw na mag-ganito. Para makakasig. Para yung... sa stage. Ang layo ko naman sa estudyante. Light, camera, action. Game na. Hindi naman sabay-sabay na. Good afternoon, family. Nung nakaraang linggo, napag-usapan natin ang tungkol sa family, di ba? Kumusta naman kayo ngayong mga nakaraang araw? Ikaw, Brother, kumusta ano naman yung mga pinagkabalahan mo?
Ano po? Naglalaro kami ng piko.
Okay. Very interesting naman yan lang mo, brother. Salamat sa pag-share mo. Di ba nung nakaraang week na pag-aralan natin ang tungkol sa inyong mga pamilya? Ngayon naman, ating tukuyin kung ano yung mga iba't ibang role ng mga parents ninyo. Sino gustong mag-share tungkol sa mga experiences niya sa family or mga experiences niya tungkol sa relationship niya sa kanyang mga magulang, yung role ng mga magulang niya. Sige, ikaw nga, Constantine.
Morning, Ashley.
Good morning.
Yung role ko, o yung papel ko ng aking mga magulang sa buhay ay unang-una, sila po yung nagmamahal sa akin, sila po yung nag-aalaga sa akin, at yung mga support, sila po yung nagtuturo sa akin sa disiplina ko.
Kuya. So, para kay Kuya Con, ang kanyang, pwede ka na maupo, brother. Para kay Kuya Con, yung kanyang mga magulang daw ay tumidisiplina sa kanya, nagmamahal sa kanya. Maliban sa kay Kuya Con, sino ba gustong mag-share? Ikaw naman.
Ate Joanne, yung nanay ko po, tuwing coach ko ako sa school, siya po yung nag-prepare ng mga baon ko po. Hindi niya po hinahayaan, hindi po ako sa kantin. Kumbaga, inaano niya po yung sandwich ko, mga ganun.
Thank you naman, ate.
Okay, family. Okay, 5 minutes. Sige mga kalabas muna tayo. Sige nga rin. Sige mga kalabas muna tayo. Okay, nari nakalabas na tayo. Nari nakalabas na po saan.
Bishop po ka muna.
Ako. Alam, may pulis.
Vincent, you come down.
Hindi.
Brother,
So, dito may
Vincent,
Hindi ako eh. Sobrang ka na ate.
Halika na.
Wala. Kung ano na sinasabi yung totoo niya! Hindi naman totoo yan!
Okay, O, dito na si Kuya Philip, o. Yung caseload mo. Sige na, kausapin mo.
Labas mo na yung iba, labas mo na yung iba. Please, labas mo na. Vince? Vince, kuya. Stop.
Hindi kuya eh. Si Ate Ana Cons kasi eh. Beg sila kung ano-anong sinasabi nila.
Okay? Magkalma. Kalma muna. Okay? Kalma. Okay?
Hindi kuya eh. Grabe sila.
Okay, pag-usapan natin to, but what I need you to do first, kung malama ka. Okay, inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Remember, yung mga naging session natin, Vince, whenever nasa-trigger ka dyan sa aggression mo, kapag nagagalit ka, isipin mo yung mga naaral natin, okay?
Hindi kuya, si Ate Joan kasi. Ano sinasabi sa pamilya, hindi naman totoo yun eh. Ako dun, wala naman akong naranasan ganyan eh. Yung may gusto ako, binubugbog ako kuya. Totoo ba yung mga sinasabi na hindi naman eh.
Okay, pag-usapan natin. Okay, kumalma ka muna. Okay, pag-usapan natin mabuti. Kalma. Okay, nakukuha mo ko? Naririnig mo ako? Okay, kalma. Okay. Bibigyan kita ng upuan. Magkalma tayong dalawa. Okay? Okay, mo to. Uupo din ako dito. Magkarapan mo. Okay lang tayo. Okay, sige. Umupo ka muna. Okay? Bibigyan kita ng time. Kung komportable ka ng pag-usapan natin, inhale, exhale.
Kuya, hindi ko na kaya dito. Hindi naman totoo yung mga tinuturo nila eh. Gusto ko na lang talagang lumabas. Gusto ko na dun sa labas para magawa ko yung gusto ko. Yun yung totoong mundo. Yung sinasabi niyong pamilya, kuya, hindi naman totoo yan. Hindi ko makatotohanan yung sinasabi niyo, kuya.
Okay, relax ka muna ha. Okay. Pag-usapan natin yan kung totally wala na yung galit na nararamdaman mo. Sige po, natatandaan mo yung session natin regarding sa grounding. Subukan natin i-apply mo.
Nakalimutan ko na, kuya. Ano ba yun?
Sundan mo ako, okay? Kung tayong dalawa, mag-sit tayo ng properly, pakiramdaman mo yung upuan.
Ito ba, kuya?
Okay. Diyan sa pagkakaupo mo, anong napipili ng puwetan mo? Matigas ba? Malambot?
Normal lang, kuya.
Sa likod mo, kapag nakasandal ka, matigas, malambot?
Sakto lang, kuya.
Okay. Tingin ka sa environment mo. Anong kulay ito nandito sa side mo?
Wala, tumatawanan ako dito sa likod eh.
Yung security parameter, kuya, pakitanggal sila. Ayan. Sige. Bibigyan kita ng space, okay? Anong kulay ito nandito?
Brown color.
Okay. Good. Now, how do you feel?
Medyo ganito rin, kuya.
Okay. So, magkalma. At pag-usapan natin natin mamaya kapag okay ka. Sinapugin.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, winner for the best acting. Alright, so let's review you the role play. By the way, let's give you a big hand. Okay. Alright.
thank you for volunteering to this, okay? Okay. So how was... Let's look at what happened, okay? So by responding to the following questions. This is called a situational role play, okay? Alright. Okay, the first one. Okay, what level of behavior did you observe? Anong level na yun? What level is that? Yes, it's the acting out. Okay, acting out. Alright, so, did you notice anxiety? Yes. Kailangan mo grounding? Okay. Alright, how was nonverbal communication used by the role play participants? How was paraverbal communication used? Did you observe that? Nonverbal, paraverbal? Okay, so the distance, what do you think about distance? The distance. Okay. It was a safe distance, right? Okay, good. And how was the paraverbal of Philip? Was he clear when he was talking? How was the pacing? The pacing was okay, not hindi mabilis, right? Okay. Volume of voice? Sakto lang, right? Okay, what else? The tone of voice, was it calming or excited? Calm. So he was calm, right? Good. Alright, did you see any signs of stop-anxiety? Okay, so was the teacher anxious? The teacher was anxious. Okay, who else was there? How about Sir Dan? Was he anxious? No. Or he was self-conscious? Okay, so he was kind of, I think the anxiety is coming from you feel uncomfortable about the road thing. How about Philip? Was he anxious? Did you see that? No, he was okay, right? If he was anxious, we didn't see it, right? Okay, so, alright. Yung affect niya was hindi ba stable, right? The same all throughout, right? Hindi siya excite. Okay, good. Did the staff use a team approach? Did you see the team approach? Okay. Alright. Good. How? Okay. They arranged them. So they actually yung pag-respond nila that was very good. No? So that was a little bit good, right? Okay. Was there a team leader? Si Philip naging team leader, right? Yeah. So he took over. Okay. Okay. So hindi lang yung graduate, yung increasing level of anxiety na natin siya nakita, no? Right? So, although, first pinapaupo ni, ayaw mo po, di ba? Okay. So, and then he comes down a little bit. But, how did you like the grounding part? Was that useful? The grounding part?
Yes.
Okay, so just imagine if this is real, right? And then you're asking the client to sit down. Okay, so was that simple enough to follow your grounding? Yeah. Okay. The easiest way is really to just look at the surroundings, right? You can, how many windows, what's the color of the wall. That's easy, di ba? Kasi hindi na sa kailangan mag-act. Pero yung mind niya, di ba, okay, so it's a transition to the cortex kasi nag-iisip siya. Kasi titingnan niya, di ba? Okay, that's the whole point. To get his attention to make sure that he actually shares his mind. So that will calm down the amygdala, right? Okay, so the easiest way would be that kind of grounding. Okay, color, The other one, where the client will participate in doing, medyo mahirap challenging yun eh. Kasi di ba, ang tendency nila hindi magsunod. But if you ask them just like simple tasks like how many doors, what's the color of the wall, okay? What's the color of the floor? Madali is done. Easy, right? Okay. Okay, was the least restrictive form of intervention used? The least restrictive, well, we did all verbal, right? That's the most that's the least restrictive. We did not use any restriction like trying to control the person. It's all verbal, trying to control the person verbally. Okay? So that was the least restrictive approach, relying on verbal intervention. Okay. Did the role play reach the level of tension reduction? Yeah? Right. When we come down, right? He comes down and he begins to carry on a conversation with Taylor, right? Yeah, I like yung bigyan na trigger or siya, right? That in reality, that can happen. Okay, that's why it's important to separate him from the rest of the community. Because all you need is one resident to say something provocative, right? Okay, so when a resident says something provocative, balik na naman siya dun sa acting out behavior. That can happen. Alright, so you see the value separating him, right? So there is nothing there that can trigger him to act out, to continue to act out again. Alright. Comments on that? Question? Alright. So thank you guys for doing that. Okay? Alright. Hindi ko alam, meron pa pala nag-google ng this. Mali ata yung profession mo. Sige, maging talent scout mo na lang ako. Okay, next. Alright, thank you. That was good. Very realistic. Okay. Alright, so, okay. Post-tension. Okay, so we have intervention, we have post-tension. I think some of you were asking this, okay? So, okay, so what do we do? Post-tension. Provide an opportunity to work towards change and growth for individuals who have acted out, as well as for staff members, in order to provide the best possible care. Okay, so, we can turn into something, how can we turn a crisis like that into a learning experience for both the staff and also the residents? Okay, so let's talk about it. Right, next slide. Okay, so CPI coping model of post-tension. C, what does it control? Make sure that the person who acted out is back under emotional and physical control. Do not leave the person unless that person is back to his senses. Right? He is functioning, responding them. Okay? Kalmado na siya. Okay, good. Next, orient. Orient yourself to the basic facts. Alright. Ito, si Robert, paborito niya yung orient yourself to the facts. Yes, what happened? What was the trigger? Right? What are the facts surrounding that acting out behavior? Okay? Okay, next. Okay, so sa orientation of yourself to the basic facts, pati na yung background ng tao. Meron na siya ng cognitive disorder, is a person has a severe trauma background, those are included in the facts, right? Patterns. Look for a pattern of past behavior. What triggers the behavior? Let's learn from this. Okay? Is this the first time that the client actually acted out? Or this is a pattern? If it's a pattern, what are the usual triggers? Okay? What usually triggers the person from acting out? Yun naman naging focus ng counseling later on, di ba? Para matulungan natin yung residente na magkaroon ng insight of what triggers him. Remember, whatever triggers him in here, triggers him outside. Okay? The difference is here, dahil hindi siya makapagdamot, hindi siya pwede makipag-away, okay? Ayun, naka-acting out siya. No? Sa labas, pag natitrigger siya, anong ginagawa niya? Nagkagamot, right? Or gets into a fight. Okay? So, make a connection between that. Anong kaibahan nito kung nasa labas ka? Kung nasa labas ka at na-trigger ka ganito, usually, how do you cope with the things? Anong ginagawa mo para ma-overcome yung nararamdaman mo? Okay, lalabas na yun. Natasa ko, I indulge myself with exciting things. What exciting things do you normally do outside? Drugs, gangs, fighting, things like that. So make a connection, no? And then, you can actually teach them. Okay, so how about we teach you how to cope with this, okay? With these feelings when you're triggered. Doon na papasok yung mga techniques sa sinasabi ng mga grounding techniques, no? So, pag nakikita niya na it really works to control his feelings and emotions, gagawin niya yan sa labas. So, dito pa lang kailangan well-grounded na sila sa grounding. Okay? Para paglabas nila, they can continue to do that. Okay? Alright, next. Investigate. Investigate alternatives to the inappropriate behavior and available resources. So, okay. So, susunod kung ma-trigger ka, ano kaya ang pwede mong gawin para hindi mauwi dun sa acting out behavior? Okay, ano kaya ang pwede mong gawin? Explore that with the client. No? Yun gawin yung coping skills, di ba? Teaching yung coping skills. Okay? So, how about talking to your peers? When you begin to feel anxious or something is starting to bother you, how about talking to your peers? Or how about asking your counselor, talking to your counselor, talking to your staff? The best answer would be talking to my peers. So, tanongin mo siya, sino ang closest person sa iyo dito? Sino malapit ka? At pinagkakatiwalaan mo. Kasi wala laging staff sa gabi, paano po wala yung staff, di ba? Wala siya makakausap. Okay? So, kailangan another person, another peer, resident, no? So, tanongin mo, so sino mga napagkakatiwalaan mo dito? Sino ka malapit? Okay, so, pwede mo ba sila magamit later on pag mayroon ka nakakamdaman na ganyan, na you relate with them. Turuan mo sila, what is relate? To talk about what's going on, what's bothering you. Okay? Bago mag-escalate, talk to your peers. Okay, so, na-identify mo, sige, ilang tao ba yung close ka? Okay, so, kaya mo ba gawin? Kung ikaw ay, na-trigger, you will talk to that person. Or you can ask for commitment. Can you make a commitment? The next time you get triggered, or anything that bothers you, not necessarily you're triggered, no? Anything na yung nakabagabag na sa'yo, nasasabi ko nga, what bothers you, who can you talk to these people? And then get a commitment that he will do that. Okay? Alright. So next is, okay. Agree to change this that will improve future interventions. Okay, how can we make it better? Okay? How can we make this better? How can we intervene next time so that you don't have to escalate the situation. Okay? Pwede ba yun ang pag ikaw ay nagkaroon ng anxiety, may something is bothering you or something. Before it really gets worse, you're able to talk about it. Right? Either to your peers or to your counselor. Alright. And next is give. Provide support and encouragement. Express trust and confidence in fellow team members. Okay? Okay, so kahit pa tayo, we also assess among ourselves how did we respond to that situation among the staff. Okay, did we respond to it adequately? Alright, and then the next there is actually whoever is the staff who did the intervention, kailangan na debrief din siya. No? So in this case, it's Philip, right? So somebody has to talk to Philip and say, Philip, how did that go? How did you feel? Are you satisfied with the response? Okay, what could you have done differently to make it better? Okay, so i-process din yun. Did you feel anxious? Did you feel fear? Were you afraid? Okay? So, kailangan din yung staff, hindi lang yung residente ang dinidebrief natin, okay? Including the staff. Remember, he absorbed a lot of negative energy during that time, right? Okay, so one way of dissipating the negative energy is for him to process that experience. Okay? So that, he doesn't accumulate yung stress or yung negative emotions na na-absorb niya. Pag hindi mo kayang pag hindi mo na-display or na, how do you call that, na release, no? Yung mga na-absorb mo negative emotion, ipapile up yan sa atin. And that is the cause for burnout. That, if you absorb too much and you do not actually, you have no means of actually dissipating those negative energy, it accumulates, right? And then you yourself get traumatized by that. Okay, so to give you just an example, right? You know what profession has the highest rate of suicide? Yes. What? What profession? Suicide. Okay, law enforcement people, right? Okay. And also even medical professionals, psychiatrists. Okay, so alcoholism or drug abuse can happen. Okay? You know that because they are the people who absorb a lot, no? You are the police officer too. Day in and day out has to intervene. Now, this is in the States. I'm not sure if you are familiar. Are you familiar about what's going on there with the police in the U.S.? Have you heard about news of a police officer shooting? Okay. So they arrested this person, and before you know it, the person is dead. They stopped the person, right? And then the person was argumentative, in isolated. Before you know it, the person is dead. Gets shot by the police. And repeatedly, over and over, it happened, right? Okay, so if you don't understand trauma, you will not understand what's going on. You will think that this police officer are just abusing these people, or using their power, abusing their power. But my theory is different. I think they are traumatized from being exposed to violent behavior day in and day out. So because of that, they take in a lot of negative, energy, a lot of negative energy. Every time they stop somebody, right, for violating traffic rules or being suspected of committing a crime, that is a tense and dangerous situation, right? Okay, so imagine that they are exposed to that constantly, right? So their amygdala probably is hyperactive, correct? So the slightest provocation, the slightest threat, their amygdala is saying, danger, danger. Okay, and then they pull it down and shoot the person. When that happens, they're not thinking anymore. It's the amygdala actually thinking, right? Because they feel threatened. Una-una, na-traumatize na sila, madami na sila negative energy na na-absorb, right? And then, na-trigger pa sila, sunod-sunod yung patong-patong, na wala na yung thinking nila, hindi na iniisip yung consequences noon. Because, what is operating there is for them to just protect themselves. So they start to spread, they pull their gun, and they overreact. Okay? That's how I explain it. But what you read in the newspaper doesn't talk about those things. Then you say, oh, this police officer arrested this person, is not only traffic violation, it's only a traffic violation, and then the person got shot. That's not the whole story. A lot of times, the police were threatened and they did not know whether that person has a gun or weapon or not. So, ang recourse nila is to protect themselves, rather kill him than him killing me. What the amygdala is saying, okay, protect yourself. Okay, the amygdala is dysregulated to begin with. You understand? Because of the amount of traumatic experience or violence that they have been exposed to. So the amygdala is dysregulated because of that exposure. You know what is not though? They are not talking about this. Okay, they're just talking about the law, what the police did. They're not talking about the psychological impact of being a police officer. Now, if a police officer is like a veteran from Iraq or Afghanistan, it's even worse. Okay? Because to begin with, they have seen a lot of this violence. Okay, the amygdala is hyperactive, dysregulated, very likely. Okay? The thing is, we cannot use a microscope and, okay, selecting natin yung amygdala, tingnan natin yung amygdala. We can do that, right? That's the sad thing. But if there is a way to really measure, let's say we develop a device to measure how much stress, the amygdala has been through, because they have been in combat situation and feeling scared, and threatened all the time. Well, if you're threatened all the time and you're always hyperactive or hyper-aroused, what is going on? Your amygdala is really working too hard, right? So if there's a way to measure that, probably pag pinagdaan natin sa, let's say, MRI or something like that, it will record that, oh my God, this guy, amygdala has been through a lot of things, right? And definitely there's no such thing. It's a sad situation, if you ask me. Sad. I don't think this officer meant to kill those people, to tell you frankly. I don't think so, right? But then, before you know it, it becomes a political thing. Once it is politicized and, hyped up, and then the news is all over it, right? The reality, it gets clouded. Okay? I think that is what's going on there. Because it is going on repeatedly. In 1 year, you read a lot of those news of police officers shooting, somebody, just because somebody refused to follow order, or somebody, was threatening, although they don't have any weapon. Okay. All right. Questions on this? So we should be able to do this. And debriefing, what do we do in debriefing? Talk about what happened, right? With the residents, okay? We had somebody who actually was acting out, and then just ask who were affected by this. How do you feel about that incident? You can ask them, how do you feel about it? And then zero in on those clients who actually were affected severely by that acting out. You can tell because they themselves are very anxious after that incident. Okay? So identify those residents who, because of that event, have become very anxious, right? Antsy, restless. Okay, showing anxiety, focus on them and ask them during the debriefing, how do you feel? How are you affected by that? Right? Let them verbalize. Let them verbalize. That is the debriefing. The thing is for them to be able to articulate how they feel. So ask them, how do you feel? Okay? So that's what debriefing is. And then assure the community that all effort is being done, to stabilize the whole situation. We assure them that everything is under control, it is safe, okay? You have to reassure them that the environment is safe, because it was very unsafe. Okay, so calm the community, calm them down. And then for those staff who actually was involved in the front line, you team leader, whoever was intervening, they need to also get debriefing. Ask them, how do you feel about the situation? Do you feel that you are responding to the situation adequately? Okay? What was the feeling? Were there a lot of fear, anxiety, whatever it is? Did you feel anxious when you were doing that? Did you feel threatened? Okay? When that was happening? Huwag kami tayo mag-matso-matso na, yeah, nothing, I'm good. No? There is no such thing. We are always affected by this kind of things, no? So, palimutan mo natin yung matso-matso natin, okay? So, even if you're a guy, right, remember what I said? If you have trauma experiences, and many of us do, you will, without fail, you will be affected. Okay? So, and it causes us to feel anxious. Causes us to feel anxious. The first time I actually sat in a council group, I was so anxious. Because people were screaming back and forth. I said, what is going on in here? When I was immersing in that community and I was new, I was waiting for somebody to stand up, and have a fight. But I was amazed that everybody just sat down, and he was staring at the other person, and then all of a sudden he can come down and articulate himself. Okay? And then that was like, wow. Okay, but I was so tense. The first time, I was so tense. Now, so, same thing here. We get tense, we get anxious. So we should be able to verbalize, those, what is triggered in us. Okay? That is part of debriefing. Okay, so besides focusing on the people who are actually, in the front line of that acting out behavior or the crisis, you also ask other staff, how does other staff feel? And then the next question is, how adequately did we respond to the situation? And then you ask the front line the same question. Okay, and what would you do differently, next time? What would you do differently? Okay? And then, assess, did we respond to the situation well? So it's like everybody contributes to that. What could we have done differently? Next time this happens, what would we do differently? Okay, that's part of that post-tension or debriefing. Okay? It will not take a long time to do that. Maybe 30 minutes, it's done. But do that as part of the process. Okay? So we turn a learning situation into a learning experience. And then the case of counselor can continue to talk with the client, to process what happened. Alright? And then lead the client to understand what is the cause of that acting out behavior. And ask the client what could he do differently to cope with that situation when it happens again. Okay? Questions? Comments?
Doctor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Given the situation a while ago, are we still going to apply the booking, and I do think EST would also be applied to the same resident?
Okay, good question. Alright, so let's continue the scenario, right? So the client comes down. Okay? So when the client has come down, we process it. What was the root cause of that? Can you relate that to your experience outside? Does this happen to you before? Okay, outside? And what do you normally do? And then ask the client, help the client understand that this is a pattern that he has. And then go deeper and say, do you have any understanding what it is coming from? Okay, see if you can actually help the client have some insight on what is causing his behavior, a pattern of behavior. Okay, so let's say, Philip was able to help the client understand what it is coming from. Okay, so he might say, I can't connect it, so this is how I feel when my father used to beat me up, let's say, for example, right? So, and I have another item that I cannot fight God, towards my father. He was my father. And so I keep it all to myself. So I grew up all this anger. I carry all this anger. And every opportunity that I can lash out to somebody, I dump that feeling, to get that feeling from people. That's quite an insight, right? Okay, let's say, Philip was such a good counselor, he was able to help the client live to that insight, right? And the client admitted that that was inappropriate behavior. Okay, the client admitted that that's not appropriate behavior. Once the client admits that that was inappropriate behavior, it's very easy to actually ask him. So, what you do is ask him, how do you clean this up? Ask him, how do you clean this up? Meaning, what intervention, what would you do? So that, we address this behavior. There are consequences for that kind of behavior, right? So what do you think, is appropriate for what happened? Ask him. He might say, you can shave my head. No, that's too much. He might actually give you a very drastic intervention, okay? He might say, yeah, or shut me down. Something like that to that effect. If his recommendation is too drastic, bring it down. Bring it down, okay? And you just kind of compliment it. You know what? I really appreciate you, that your willingness to go through this, intervention for what you did. Okay? Praise him. Validate him, right? For that. However, it's drastic, no? How about if we do it this way? Okay. Now, he might come up with like a slap on the hand, right? The other way. A slap on the hand. So you all talk to him and said, how about, how about, you're going to get a BST, behavior shaping, like a verbal haircut, whatever. Okay, whatever is appropriate. Okay? So, the client will be open to that. Right? Believe me, once he has an understanding about what caused the behavior, he has some insight, and he is admitting that that was not appropriate behavior, he is open to everything that you tell him. Okay? Or you don't even have to negotiate that thing if you want. You say, okay, I heard what you said, but okay, I'm gonna think about it. I'm going to think about it. You can leave it like that. But at least, by asking him how you're going to clean this up, you kind of gauge his mindset. Where is his mindset? And then you can tell him, okay, are you open to this? Right? Are you open to the intervention for what you have done? And, like I said, if that counseling went well, you will have no problem saying yes. You know why? Because he feels guilty now. That's the normal reaction. Once he develops an insight about his behavior, he begins to feel bad and guilty about what he did. So, when a client feels guilty like that, he is open to intervention. Okay, parang restitution yan, di ba? Okay. But if the client continues to be closed, that can be a problem if you give him like a DST, right? Okay, so work with the client. Okay? Alright. Thank you for the question, Wilbert. Gilbert, rather. Okay. Questions, comments? Yes, ma'am.
The question ko lang po about sa crisis response team. Is it possible po ba na sa team na bubuuin mo is pwede i-incorporate yung mga residents po doon? Kasi sa loob naman po is ilan lang po yung mga staff po na 24/7 po.
what if that yung mangyari yung crisis po.
Alright, so, you know, I hesitate to actually say yes. Because I don't know the caliber of your residents, okay? So, if I know the caliber of your residents, I will probably be able to make an appropriate response to that. But to keep the whole situation safe, for now, only the staff. Okay? Because they can get hurt. You know, if they try to intervene, you know, and they don't have the necessary skills, they can get hurt in the middle of that. Okay? We don't want that. Okay. So, we rely on our staff. Okay, questions? Comments? How is everyone? Yeah? Okay. Okay, I think we're done for the day. My God. We did it. Oh my goodness. You're so happy, right? All right, another lecture. We have a test. We have a test. Okay, no questions? Comments? We're good?
In relation to the question of when the incident happened at night, sir, you told us on the first day na hindi pwede makalang sa intervention ng hospital. What if mangyari po yun sa gabi? Mag-isa po ng door manager and duty ng hospital owner. Pwede po bang makialam ang hospital sa kanila?
Okay, so in this case, there's staff member, right? And this is not really like a DC intervention. This is a crisis intervention. Okay, so we have to train our house parents in crisis intervention, like what you heard today. Because I agree with you. At night, they are the key people.
Iparap ko lang po yung doc. Meron po tayong doctor na nurses na nakabuti during night.
Meron pa lang. So, okay, so good. We have, additional staff at night. But I do agree that the house parents should be trained on this as well. Because they're the frontline people, they're right there. Right? So they should know about crisis, this model. Crisis intervention. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, other questions? Wala na? Natapos natin yung materialis, ha? Maaga. Okay. So, we're done. Okay. Alright, any housekeeping business? Today is Friday. Thank God. Alright, Friday. May question ba? Okay.
I just want to be enlightened regarding, for example, yung incident ko kanina. After the crisis intervention, and napag-usapan na ni case manager and the patient regarding dun sa nangyari. And napag-agrihan na rin po ng dalawa kung ano yung LE or NBSP na doon dito. Saan po papasok yung role of the role of the transdisciplinarity?
Okay. Why would that transdisciplinarity be involved in it?
Because I just want to give you context on how we do it, no? Pag meron po kasi incident po sa loob, yung transdisciplinary team, of course, composed of the different disciplines, we are the ones we convene and we decide on what we need to
input.
Okay. All right. You know that system though, it's too slow. Okay? If you do that, and if you keep doing that, it slows the whole process. You understand? To me, I see that disciplinary team's role is when you put somebody in a case conference, right? Okay. But in this determining the DSP, you know, the staff will do the SOD can actually make the determination in conjunction with the coordinator. So if you have the coordinator, the chief expediter, okay, and the SOD, they can make determination. In fact, in the functioning PC, it's the coordinator and the chief who recommend the DSP. And then the SOD corrects that. Okay? So, the SOD decides and makes the final decision. You can change it. Okay, if it's too much, you can adjust it. The SOD has that, okay, so mabilis, wala na yung transdisciplinary, napakabagal yan. Okay? Sa anong role ng transdisciplinary? Case conferences, for example, paulit-ulit yung behavior pattern, no? Now, you cannot determine what's going on with this person. What do we do with this person? Do we recommend this person out, refer him out, or, you know what I'm saying? In those kind of situations, then you can complete the transdisciplinary and talk about the case. Not every DSP has to go through the transdisciplinary. That's not very efficient system. Okay, so only when you are trying to make a big decision about the client, okay, that's when you call a transdisciplinary team. Are we good? Di ba, mas efficient pag gano'n, no? SOD. So, we expect the SOD to really know how the program works. So, it puts a lot of pressure on SOD to really know and understand how the program works. That's the way it should be. Okay? All right. Questions? Thank you for that. Comments? Yes, Dr. Roman.
Actually, sir, what we've been practicing before, yung the PDP, kahit weekends po, comprised of the people who are in duty at that time. So, more or less complete naman po yung team. So, pag nagkakaroon kami ng incident noon, na nag-weekend duty pa at that time, nagpo-convene yung PB team immediately after the incident. So, kung sino yung naka-duty, kung may naka-duty na, so the worker, site, doctor, nurse.
Okay.
So, para rin siyang yung crisis team po. Kasi, halos lahat ng sections ko, nandun na po. So, tapos, we assess the situation na mismo, we give what is the necessary disciplinary action needed and what intervention is necessary. So, technically, nag-team kami on the spot after ma-control.
Okay. Alright, so we're talking about a crisis situation. That's what we're referring to, not the day-to-day running of the center. Right? Okay. Only in a crisis situation that you could build a transdisciplinary team to determine how to move forward, right? What intervention is happening. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. So I'm just talking about not only crisis intervention, but the day-to-day functioning of the thing. SOD should be able to make the decision, right? Okay. Except for crisis situation. Got it. Yes. So it seems like you already have a system for doing that anyway, right? Okay, cool. Questions, comments? No? Very good. How's everyone? Good. Okay, that's it. Yeah, see you on Monday. See you on Monday. Yeah, it's been ready.